Okay, well, oh, Tessa. Okay, she's doing it. Great. Thank you, Tessa. Well, hello and welcome to the 2022 evaluation meeting for the Trails category of the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program. I'm Jesse Sims with Washington State's Recreation and Conservation Office. Local government and state agencies are requesting funds to acquire and develop for outdoor recreation sites for public access. Today, I serve as a moderator for a team of agency and citizen volunteers who will review these grant proposals and help applicants prepare for upcoming evaluations. The Recreation and Conservation Funding Board will approve the final ranked list of projects in October. The governor and legislature will consider funding these projects during the 2023 legislative session. You may visit our website at rco.wa.gov for more information about grants and for protecting these important recreational sites. So thank you everybody for showing up today. Gina, are you ready to go?
Yes, I'm here and I am ready.
Okay, we're going to start with the city of Bellingham. And Gina, I'm going to need to give you control of the screen. So 1 second.
Turn your video off first. Then now click on the.
Okay, Gina, why don't you try to see if you can, yep, you got it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, you can start at any time. You have 15 minutes.
Okay, again, my name is Gina Austin and I'm a project engineer for the city of Bellingham and I'm here to present the Sunset Pond Connector for your review. Our site is located in Bellingham in Whatcom County along the I-5 corridor. We're just 20 minutes away from the Canadian border and an hour and a half from Seattle. Bellingham has an Amtrak station and we're also the end stop for the Alaska Marine Ferry. Here is our project location in relation to the city limits. The project is in the north end of Bellingham where growth and development are booming and we are trying to catch up with park and trail development. Zooming in closer now, we can see our project is located along the I-5 and Mount Baker Highway corridors. This trail project is the intersecting point for the north-south connector to future trails north of Mount Baker Highway and includes a connection to the regional Squalicum Creek Trail, which is a 2014 RCO grant-funded project. This entire area is serviced by bike lanes and sidewalks to the trail connections. This project is in a greenway in a heavily populated area around multifamily housing and near a shopping hub. This area is experiencing growth with many future multifamily housing projects. This greenway is both an asset and a barrier to the neighborhood. This project will provide a vital connector between the neighborhoods while also minimizing impacts to critical areas. This project includes completing a scenic loop trail around Sunset Pond and a vital north-south connector, which includes a boardwalk through the floodplain and a bridge crossing the main creek channel. My slides are not advancing. I'm not sure why. So the development area plan. Oh, there we go. That shows the connector and the loop trail. So here is the development plan and shows the extents of the boardwalk, bridge, topography, and land ownership. It's kind of a complicated area. We have spent decades acquiring this land, and we have the experience and background to navigate the many challenges of building through this site. Completing the Squalicum Creek Trail in this area with the previous grant also set us up to tackle this grant project and complete this vital connection. Now let's look at need. Here is our current park map. This project is an area of housing and population growth. We do not have many trails or parks in this part of Bellingham, making this project a high priority to meet the area's needs. We affectionately refer to this area as a trail desert, with Sunset Pond being the only developed park and trail in this neighborhood. We are actively pursuing future park and trail connections. For now, the street, Iron Gate Road, functions as a major connector to the north. The dark yellow line in this slide shows us a conceptual alignment of what our future trails will be, connecting to the North Bellingham trails and connecting to this project site. The red dashed line in this slide denotes our grant project. We have excellent access to facilities. There are connections to public transit and amenities at Sunset Pond Park. And we have future plans at the park that aren't included in this grant, but that will include a restroom and playground, which will be at the trailhead. And that'll be funded in 2024 as part of the city's capital plan. Also note all the multifamily housing, including the senior living center on the corner of Sunset. Here's the existing trail. It's in great condition as part of the Sunset Pond Loop that is in place. We don't have a connection to the loop, but this is part of it. This is a segment of the Squalicum Creek Trail, again funded in 2014, and the trail is in excellent condition. This trail connects and completes a 2.25 mile loop around Sunset Pond. People love trail loops because they are low stress and provide access to amenities for any number of laps you choose to go. The park has excellent accessible parking, access to public transit, picnic tables, and benches. Sunset Pond is accessed by street with bike lanes, sidewalks, crosswalks, off-street parking, and public transit. At the south end of the project, the trail connects to a controlled intersection with sidewalks, bike lanes, and crosswalks, which then meet up with the Barkley Trail. At the north end of the project, the trail will meet up with a low-volume dead-end road, which connects to Squalicum Creek Trail, and this is the location of future trail connections to the north, which are accessed by Iron Gate Road currently. Bellingham loves trails. If we build it, they will use it. An average monthly count for our neighborhood connectors can be 2,000 to 3,000. After completing the Squalicum Creek Trail, we initially counted 2,000 users a month, and that number is likely much higher now. We anticipate the loop trail that will be completed as this grant is funded will become the Lake Padden of the North. If you've ever been at that park in Bellingham, we have counted people and have over 25,000 counts for people completing that loop in a month. This is the Strava global heat map available online, which incorporates data from millions of users. And as you can see, the Squalicum Creek Trail is heavily used. And by completing the gap at the end of the red arrow, we will complete that vital north-south connector and complete the loop around the pond. And this slide really tells a great story. This is actually the global heat map project area prior to Squalicum Creek Trail being constructed. And as you can see, nobody is using any trails because there just aren't any trails, and they're not using any of the streets, and there's no tracking down Iron Gate Road. And now if we look at the global heat map today, we can see how the area has been activated. People that reside in the north did not have this regional trail. They were able to connect. Now they have this regional trail, they're able to connect to the waterfront. And I believe that when we connect to the north-south connector and the loop around the pond, we'll be able to link with the railroad trail, which connects to Lake Whatcom, and we'll draw even more people to the area. We have a vision to make our trails logical and make sure that our connections are made equitably. This is our pro plan map. And also in our pro plan, we have trailhead amenities that will be constructed in 2024, including the playground and restroom using local funds that will service this area. Implementation of the Park and Rec Open Space Plan is specifically included in our State Shoreline Master Program, which includes this project. Our consolidated plan also integrates legacies and strategic commitments to provide recreational opportunities, and our grant project fulfills these commitments. And you'll see how important this project is when I look at demographics and show you that for the area. The project is in the Iron Gate area where we have few recreational opportunities. Again, we refer to this as a trail desert, and we're hoping this grant will remedy that. Looking at our underserved populations, we're looking at demographics in this slide. The project area is in an area of 40 to 49% non-white, which is well above the county and city average. This area is also located in a 30 to 39% low income area. However, it immediately borders the dark purple area, which is the lowest income in all of the county with 60% low income. The median household income for this area is also below the state average. Our population with disabilities is above the state average for this area. Our BMI for the area is also above the state average. Looking at linkages between trails, this project is in the recommended facilities section of our Park and Rec Open Space Plan, which is adopted into our city's comprehensive plan. I've also highlighted the connection of what this trail will complete. And as you can see, this is the crossroads for the trails connecting to Squalicum Creek Trail, the north-south connector to future trails, as well as connecting people to the south, such as the railroad trail and the Lake Whatcom that goes all the way to Lake Whatcom. This is our city neighborhood map, which shows street and trail connections. This grant fulfills the major gap between two major trails, the Railroad Trail and the Squalicum Creek Trail. And this project is at the crossroads of several neighborhoods. There are so many linkages in this community. The biggest linkage is getting people connected to one of only 4 trails that have grade separated crossing under I-5. The RCO grant funded Squalicum Creek Trail in 2014 is the most prominent crossing. And this is what that crossing looks like. It's an amazing crossing, grade separated under I-5, which is a major barrier to people in Bellingham. Also, by completing the north-south connector, we are linking communities to numerous trail destination points that are just a bike, run, roll, quick, just a few minutes away. And going east, you can connect up to the lake, which again, you can roll or bike just a few minutes away from the lake by connecting this north-south connector. We have design standards that we use, WSDOT and AASHTO. We pride ourselves on our limestone surfacing. It's stable and firm. It's available locally. There's no rolling shoulders, and we've had decades of perfecting the design. We do not consider these primitive trails. They are well maintained and they set up like concrete. This is just straight limestone out of the mine. And we have all kinds of bikes and all kinds of users can access our trails. For project design, this project, again, it completes the 2.25 mile loop. We have realistic cost estimates. We set ourselves up to construct in this area by making sure we had an oversized culvert at the east end so that maintenance vehicles can access the area. Again, we're going to use our limestone. It's our preferred surfacing. We can maintain trails at a higher level of service with this type of surfacing. For sustainability, there were a lot of criteria in the grant, and I just wanted to check all the boxes. We will absolutely be minimizing impacts by creating a boardwalk through the wetland. We were going to be using recycled materials. We recycle our mulch, topsoil, and plant salvage. This project will be designed for climate resiliency, will be well above the floodplain, and we are addressing disparity in services by those demographics. And this project will encourage multimodal choices by creating that destination loop and north-south connector. I also want to check all the boxes here. We aim to use recycled materials. We're going to use low-impact stormwater dispersion. We have open grading on our boardwalk and bridge surfaces. And we use recycled steel, recycled concrete in our aggregates in our concrete, and utilize recycled plastics. Again, we're connected to bike lanes, public transit, and multifamily housing. We also do some green wall design. This is an example at our interurban trail where we have a plantable wall. We do minimize our construction areas by having narrow corridors and making sure that we're protecting the wetlands and they're very well marked. We are going to be using our signs and overlooks for our education opportunities. And in this next slide, this is an actual outdoor classroom at Sunset Pond Park. It's a very desirable place for people to visit, walk the trail. We do pride ourselves on having good stewardship and sustainability. Residents rate us at 90% or better in maintaining our trails. We have excellent access to water views with proximity to Squalicum Creek and Sunset Pond. And here are those beautiful scenic views along Sunset Pond. It's a great area with the trail and just a really beautiful area to be with benches and picnic tables, areas to rest, views of the creek and the salmon runs. And there's also a wooded area. So it's got quite a variety of experiences along the trail. We do plan to build a boardwalk similar to this. This is our Northridge Park Trail. We'll have it be 10 feet wide, and this will go through the floodplain. So we already have a design standard for this. We're going to be enhancing wildlife habitat. This trail is in the Squalicum Creek watershed, which is the largest floodplain in the city. Sunset Pond is a former borrow pit from construction of Interstate 5. The city recently rerouted nearly over a mile of creek away from warmer waters and predator fish, and this resulted in reconnecting the creek with its floodplain. The creek relocation project also eliminated existing fish barriers, which opened up over 22 miles of salmon habitat area, and this work has already all been completed. The creek currently provides habitat for coho, chum, pink, chinook, and steelhead, and our trail connector will be have beautiful views to these salmon runs and that educational opportunity. We're also going to enhance wildlife by enhancing the buffers and diversifying planting. Again, Sunset Pond is a former gravel pit for Interstate 5. There's a lot of deciduous trees, and we have partnered with Whatcom Million Trees Project to plant conifers in this area and continue our conifer planting. We do have project support from our Bellingham City Council, and we always get great media coverage for this project because it's just such a popular and well-loved and wanted project. We have letters of support from Whatcom Events. They're the Ski to Sea organizers, Trail to Taps, and they're very excited about this trail loop. And we have the support of Recreation Northwest. They are a local nonprofit in Bellingham. We also have the support of the Talbot Company. They are a major land developer and property owner adjacent to this area. And we have support from local neighbors. For cost efficiencies, we have many volunteer work parties that participate in this area. And these are actual photos of people along the creek working. We have a future partnership with Whatcom County Million Trees Project, again, to continue conifer planting for this area. So why should you fund this project? We feel that we have a clearly defined project, a unique trail experience. We're completing that north-south gap. People just can't make that connection right now. We're going to complete that gap. We're going to complete a loop trail around a scenic park, and it's going to provide a wonderful amenity for people of all abilities, and we will provide recreation for the underserved. We have a lower income area. We have lack of trails in this area, lack of connections, lower high BMI, high percentages of people with disabilities, and they need this trail access. This will be a trail for all abilities, and we do really just hope that you'll fund this project. And we thank you for your time and would like to answer any questions that you have.
Great. Thank you, Gina. I'm going to be taking the controls back now from you.
Video. Stop there.
There we go. Okay. Go ahead, Mike. Question?
Yeah, hi. Nice presentation. Just two real quick questions on your trail connections. As far as I remember the Squalicum Creek Trail kind of terminates and goes on the road for, I don't know, half a mile or so to Cornwall Park. Am I correct in saying that this project won't alleviate that road section that's currently between the park and the end of the current trail? And then secondly, can you elaborate a little bit more on the Bay to Baker connection on this trail?
Yes, so to answer your first question, just off the screen here, Squalicum Creek Trail terminates at Orchard Drive. And then there's, it's way less than a half a mile. It's more like a half a block where there's a sidewalk connection that goes to a marked crosswalk. And then that connects to Cornwall Park. And we chose that connection because it's a little bit more direct. There's actually more railroad line that goes to the intersection, but then that would keep people on the trail, but it starts to kind of do this kind of gator gap thing where it moves farther away from the park. So we chose that half a block. It's got bike lanes and sidewalks that connect to Cornwall Park. And then we added a new trail in Cornwall Park to bypass all of the dense areas there. That's already in place. But this area that we're showing here, so to my right, I guess on the slide, the future connection to Whatcom County. So the city owns about half of that dashed line already, where the blue line is the creek, and I just kind of end the creek there, but the creek continues. And then we are actively looking at acquisition where it says future connection to Whatcom County. There's a parcel right there that we're actually looking at in this budget process to acquire. And then we'll get to the county line, and the rail line continues all the way out. So the county would pick up, we would negotiate with them in the future for that, the rest of that connection.
Okay, great. Thank you. Betsy, go ahead with the next question or comment.
Great, thank you. Jesse, I think Andy might have had his hand up first, but I'll go ahead and
Okay.
I won't steal his thunder. Thank you, Gina, for your presentation. Really appreciate it. I had a couple of questions. One relates to multi-use trail connections in urban settings, and I wondered if the design team had considered a 12-foot trail width instead of a 10-foot, and what your reasons were for choosing that.
Mhm.
And then my second question, maybe I'll just tag on, is I hoped you could explain a little bit more the connection down to the railroad trail to the south.
Sure. To answer your first question, so we do use the WSDOT AASHTO standard that's 10-foot wide, except that I guess the part I didn't say is we have 1-foot shoulders, so it kind of really is 12 feet wide, but the actual built is 10-foot wide. And then we have those sloped shoulders, and they're like 2% slope. So they're more of like a building up to the trail. And we find that works really well for two-way traffic. Let's see, the connection to the south. Yes. So we have the controlled intersection at Mount Baker Highway, and then we have a shared use path sidewalk, and then we connect to the trail to Barkley Trail. And then from Barkley Trail to get to Railroad Trail is where we have some on-street connections of bike lanes and sidewalks for short distance through the neighborhoods. And then you end up on the Railroad Trail, which gets you straight to Lake Whatcom.
Thanks for clarification of that southern connection point. I appreciate it, and the width.
Okay, great, thanks. And now we'll move to Andy.
Hi, Gina. Thank you very much for your presentation. On your boardwalk sections, your 10-foot wide boardwalk sections, have you used the tread surface that you're intending to use here on other boardwalks that support bicycle use? I am wondering about the appropriateness. In the picture, I believe you show an expanded metal. Just on a quick eye, it looked like it was expanded metal, and I wondered if you given careful consideration to the surface as a bicycling surface.
Yes, it's actually fibergrate, so it's that fiber reinforced plastic material, and then it's accessible in the direction of travel. Sometimes we use the waffle pattern, and sometimes we use the bar pattern. But it's great for bikes, and it's great for rolling for any surface because it's got that really narrow gap for accessibility. We use it on all of our bridges and boardwalks, and it allows that light to pass through and the water to pass through. So it really cuts down on our impervious surface. And we do have we go a little bit extra on our fibergrate boardwalks because we use these neoprene washers underneath. So they're not clinky or moving or flexible. The deflection, we go beyond the code, or else there's too much deflection. It can be a little disorienting when it flexes too much. So we have additional supports that we put in. We just learned that over the years.
Thank you. That's an excellent response.
Okay, it looks like Lisa Anderson has her hand up.
Yeah, hi, Gina. Thanks for your presentation. I wanted to hear a little bit more. I think you said a bit, but I was kind of trying to catch up on all my scoring. When you were talking about the enhancement to wildlife habitat, can you just speak a little bit more about what you said? Yeah.
Yes, the major wildlife enhancement here, I mean, really started with the city acquiring these properties. So they're really shared with wildlife and with people. But a majority of this corridor is deciduous trees because it was just all mined gravel, and then whatever grew. So now as the city has acquired these properties and starting to build all these trails, we now have access where we can bring back the conifer forest. So we're coming in and bringing in more diversified native shrubs and plants, and really focusing on getting conifers back here so we can start to see that succession where the conifers or the deciduous will die off and the conifers will start to grow, because all species and salmon run through this area. So we're trying to cool them down and give them more to do and foraging and habitat. And Watcom Million Trees has just been a wonderful partner. Their commitment is to plant these conifers, and we have no shortage of sites for them. So I'm getting them on this site really it's visible and it's a great place for improvement.
Okay, great. Alma, you're up next.
Hi, Gina. I really enjoyed your presentation. I appreciate you talking about the trails being accessible to multifamily housing and talking about the need. Is there public transportation near most of the parts of this trail?
Yes, there are. All of the streets except for Iron Gate, because it's a dead end, so there's actually a transit stop right there at the park. And we find like our transit here in Bellingham, Watcom Transit Authority, they evolve and change their stops based on service too. So when this trailhead was enhanced, they moved their stop. So it's right at the trailhead. And then at Sunset, there is also a transit stop, mostly because there's the senior assisted living, or I think it's independent living actually, and the other multifamily housing. So there are multiple stops around here. And they're the GO line, so they're like the 15-minute ones for Watcom Transit. And then paratransit also stops here, but they'll go anywhere really.
Thank you.
Okay, great. And then Lori?
Hi, Gina. Could you please describe tribal support for this project?
We've had a good partnership with the Creek Reroute. So that has mostly been the focus with our tribes, is that the Creek Reroute. And then the trails, we don't interact a lot. We usually get a quick letter of when we were consulting on the trails, because I think that the big work has already been done with the Creek Reroutes and removing those fish barriers.
Okay, is there any additional questions from the committee? Going once, going twice. Okay, thank you very much, Gina, for your time. And for the committee, I would like you to please finish up your scoring for this project, and then we'll move to our next presentation of South Bend.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so is Eric and Julie from South Bend here? Or who's
I am here.
Okay.
Yes, this is Julie.
Okay, thank you. Just checking in. And you see the screen okay and hear me loud and
I
clear?
can. Yes,
Okay,
thank you
great.
very much.
Yeah, great. This to the committee, is everybody scored and ready to move forward, or you need a little bit more time? Okay, so I'm not hearing anything, so it looks like the committee's ready. Julie, I'm going to end up giving you controls of this, and so 1 second, I'll tell you when I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay,
And click on
yeah.
that screen.
And now go ahead and see if you can advance, or it looks like you have control.
Yeah, okay, there, it did it.
Okay, great.
Okay, let me go backward.
Yeah,
Okay.
no problem.
Yeah.
And then you go ahead and start whenever you're ready.
All right, so I think I'm ready. Thank you very much for the opportunity. The City of South Bend is seeking $1,140,750 in funding. We've got $126,750 in matching funds, public money. And we would like to acquire 2 parcels of 3 that make up Triplet Field in our downtown South Bend area that's right adjacent to the Willapa River. Washington State Parks is applying for funding for the 3rd parcel, and it is contiguous with the 2 that we would like to purchase. Land acquisition will be phase 1 of this project, and then the second phase would be to extend the Willapa Hills State Park Trail approximately half a mile and form a new trailhead and recreation area overlooking the Willapa River. This is a conceptual design drawing of what we would like to do eventually once the property is purchased. It would be a new trailhead for the Willapa Hills Trail. It would include restrooms complete with showers, parking, an RV, car, and bicycle camping facility, a day use area with picnic tables and such for folks. And there's also an existing dock on the property. Currently, it is motorized, but we would convert it to a non-motorized dock where you could do kayaking and canoeing and fishing and that sort of a thing off the dock. The location, it's about 56 miles west of Chehalis. As you can see, it is right on the bend of the river, the Willapa River, very close to the entrance of Willapa Bay. Very scenic area. It is right adjacent to Highway 101, south of the Willapa River, and about a half mile southwest of the current South Bend trailhead for the Willapa Hills Trail. And that trailhead only has a restroom and a few parking places. This would be a real park with camping and such for people to utilize. It would serve an underserved community. We are a low-income area. 30% of our population has a disability, and we also have our younger folks have a high BMI, approximately 24. This would give them really good opportunity for recreation and exercise, and it's something that we currently don't have in our area. Public need, this is a community that needs easily accessible access to outdoor activities. 70% of Washington folks get most of their outdoor exposure through the state park system. And this would be ideal for the city of South Bend and our citizens. It would be a multifaceted state park right in the middle of South Bend. It would help give us easy access to the outdoors, and it would also bring trail riders into our community and help us also with our struggling economy. This has been in our plan for a long time. Our public support is tremendous for this. It is consistent with our comprehensive plan and also our current park plan. And it also works towards the goal of the 2018 Washington State Trails Plan, which is to build a connected network to accommodate use within neighborhoods, connect communities together, and provide access to backcountry and wilderness areas. Access to this Willapa River provides a valuable expansion to the trail's existing inventory. There is not currently a camping area adjacent to the trail in Pacific County. This would provide that. It would make it one of the premier trailheads in Washington. Extending this trail would provide a scenic terminus, and it connects every community along State Route 6 to the Willapa River and the Bay, including Raymond, Willapa, Menlo, Labam, Francis, PL, Doty, Dryad, Adna, and Chehalis. The Washington State Parks and Rec Committee plans to connect the Willapa Hills Trail with the Yelm and Tenino Trail, creating a system of trails that would span the entirety of Washington State. And it also provides, this trail would provide a valuable link to the Willapa River and the Bay Estuary. It connects various neighborhoods, subdivisions, business districts, urban and rural areas, destinations such as parks, churches, libraries, and cultural sites. And there is also a public transit system that runs right adjacent to the park. Immediacy of threat. A trailhead that includes recreational opportunities is not the only thing that could be built on this property. If it was purchased by a developer, there is no other location along the Willapa River in South Bend where an opportunity like this exists. This is our one and only opportunity to purchase this property and put a public park trailhead here. And it's no secret that this property is for sale. They did build a Dollar General on one of the lots a year ago. And should one of those 3 lots be purchased by a developer, the Willapa Hill Trail State Park Campground will no longer be a feasible option within South Bend. And this is a picture of the water access. The dock is just a short distance, just a few steps away from the planned trailhead campsites and restrooms. It would be a rare thing for that the DNR lease, aquatic lease, is transferable with the purchase of this property. And the dock, of course, comes with that. And as I said before, it would be open to non-motorized vehicles if we were to purchase this. And it would certainly give us an opportunity to improve the natural habitat found along the dock and shoreline. And it is an undeveloped stretch of the South Bank Willapa River shoreline within the city limits. The scenic views are incredible. These pictures really don't do it justice. The Willapa River is amazing. There's salmon and other fish and seals that are in the river. During salmon season, you can see the fishing boats, and they're netting the salmon and pulling them in. And it's a great opportunity for folks at the park to watch this happen in action. Bird watching is a great thing as well. Across the river, there is a big marsh area, and the birds come and go all the time through there. And then the Willapa Hills in the background. It's just a very, very scenic area. The campground, recreational area, and informational kiosks will serve to increase public awareness of wildlife habitat and conservation. Acquisition of the parcels will also open up the possibility for future habitat conservation and shoreline enhancement projects along this river frontage. Project support, as I said, has been tremendous. The Willapa Hills Trail began construction in 1993 with the intent of its terminal end to be located in South Bend. Since then, there's been an outpouring of public support. It's brought up in public meetings throughout this SR6 corridor as these communities frequently use the current trail. And this is a poster for the Ride the Willapa tour. It's a 2-day fundraiser, and the fundraising is for improvements to the trail. And that's always been at the heart of this ride. And the community has never failed to show up and support the trail. We will be able to contribute $126,750 in public cash as the match for this project, this acquisition project. And it is part of the phase development of the Willapa Hills Trail. So at this point, this is again the picture of the draft concept for the acquisition development, which will come in a later ask. But at this point, we're just asking for be able to purchase and acquire these 2 properties. So I would just at this point ask if there are any questions at all.
Well, thank you, Julie. I'm going to be taking the controls back from you now. Control. Okay, great.
And I apologize. I see my video cut out. I've been having trouble with my camera.
Oh, it happens to everybody, Julie, not a problem. It looks like we have Andy with first question or comment.
Hi, Julie.
Hi.
Thank you very much for your proposal. Has the city had any conversations with the seller, and is there any are there any agreements or concessions that the seller's been willing to make to the city. I'm looking at this in in terms of threat and wondering if the seller has made any concessions or if this is just wide open on the market and can disappear any day.
Yeah, we are working on an agreement with them. It is not currently on the market. It's on hold for us. And we are in the finalization process of an agreement to pay them a certain amount of money to keep it off the market in hopes that this will go through.
Okay, great. So you do already have a conversation in process, and there's been at least some concessions made by the seller.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like Betsy has her hand up.
Good morning, Julie. Thanks for your presentation. Really interesting project. This is actually a really helpful slide that we have up on the screen right now. I just was curious to learn a little bit more about the level of development on that Dollar General parcel, which is unfortunate. And then that multi-use parcel, it looks like kind of to the northeast. Do you feel that there's sufficient space for adequate buffering for, camping facility and a park site in this location, even with that existing development?
I do. Yes, there's a lot of room there. It looks condensed in here, but this is actually, they're fairly large lots. And as you can see off to the left is where all the driving things will happen. And that front parcel with the parking lot is actually, that would be the state parks parcel. And then the back two along the river would be the ones that the city of South Bend is looking to purchase. And there would be the RV camping sites off to the left, and then the day use in the middle, and the tent camping off to the right. And the main trail, which is, you can see kind of the sidewalk outline there along the river, that's where the pedestrians will be walking. So there's a good buffer there. Yeah.
That's really helpful. And it's also just helpful to see a proposed circulation drawing. So it doesn't seem like there'll be any conflict between, the different driveways or entry points along the roadway there.
Correct.
Okay. This is really helpful. Thanks for the concept slide.
Thank you.
Any other additional questions or comments for Julie? Okay, well, thank you, Julie, very much for your time. For the evaluation committee members, make sure you will spend the next minute or so making sure you finish all your scoring, and then we'll transition into the break. So currently we have the break supposed to be at 11:05. We're a little early, but we'll want to be back by 11:15 for Port Angeles. So we can actually do that now. Let me see real quick. Put us on break. Just be back 5 minutes before, so at 11:15, and I'll see you then. Thank you. Hi, Ben. Will you be representing Port Angeles today?
That's right. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I hear you. Great. Can you see the screen?
I can, yes.
Okay, well, we're going to get started in about 3 minutes at 11:20. So just hold tight and we'll get going shortly.
No problem.
Okay, thank you. Well, hello. Hope everybody's back from their break. It's 11:20 and we have Ben with the city of Port Angeles going to get ready to go shortly. Ben, I'm going to end up handing the controls over to you in 1 second. And why don't you go ahead and see if you have control? Looks like you do.
All right.
Yeah, so go ahead and feel free to start at any point. Thank you, Ben.
All right. Well, welcome everyone. This is the presentation for the Port Angeles Ray Street Shared Use Trail to Olympic National Park. This is phase 2 of this project. My name is Ben Broderick. I'm the senior planner for Port Angeles and the project manager for Ray Street. And I just want to say I'm sorry I was unable to provide a technical review presentation, but I am really excited to present this project today. It's going to create an extension of the Olympic Discovery Trail and will help connect users to a host of different destinations, such as the 25-mile single track Olympic Adventure Trail on the left there in red, the Olympic Discovery Trail, or ODT for short, I'm sure we're all familiar, The waterfront trail, which is also mile 0 of the ODT along the Port Angeles waterfront. The Dry Hill Downhill Mountain Biking Racing Park. And the Peabody Creek Trail, which this project will fill a gap and create a direct connection to. And lastly, Ray Street. This is going to be a 1+ mile long shared use trail. Phase 1 slated for construction in October. And phase 2 is slated for construction in 2024 or 2025. And it's going to connect the Olympic Discovery Trail to the National Park Visitor Center. So overall, the unpaved trails are in good shape as they are volunteer maintained and require less equipment and infrastructure. And the existing waterfront and ODT sections are beginning to age, but until the final gaps are filled, I think trail maintenance will continue to be on a need-to basis when there's some issues. So today I'm going to explain why Ray Street not only fits well as a competitive and is competitive in this RCO category, but also how the project's purpose and collective elements go beyond the benefits of a straightforward recreational trail connection. So all these trails I mentioned are extremely popular, and that's both locally, regionally, and internationally. Port Angeles' bike culture just continues to grow as it gets more known. And e-bikes and the development of AASHTO standards are really helping to get more people out and enjoy them. And I do feel like there's an awareness of Port Angeles as a place for outdoor exploration at all levels of expertise. And especially during COVID, there's been a lot more traffic and people out on the peninsula. So there's been over 150,000 people counted using the trail at our trail counter downtown last year, over 15,000 at the Elwha Bridge. And statistically, over 4 million people visit Olympic National Park each year, with 125,000 people counted at the Hurricane Ridge entrance station. So generally, this trail's traffic will increase the last slide's numbers by providing local access to various destinations, including the National Park and the Discovery Trail. But the essential nexus of this project is really rooted in equity. The continued growth of interest in the National Park and Port Angeles without equitable transportation creates hardship for non-motorized options. Traffic continues to grow worse every year, including RVs and logging trucks using Ray Street as a crosstown route, and it's creating unsafe conditions, poor equitable access, and bad wayfinding for those not in motor vehicles. So what you will see here in this design is the logical next step of the Discovery Trail system, which is creating access to that system that meets the same standards. This is a recreational trail that also used by commuters. The Discovery Trail is a regional system that is essential to our region's non-motorized network, but this slide demonstrates that in Port Angeles, the ODT is what I would consider on the edge of the community along the waterfront. So without proper access to the trail from within the community, the trail will remain a regional system that fails to realize local travel potential and therefore ultimately equity. So the Ray Street Trail extension will be the first north-south extension that will connect the entire community equitably and safely with the ODT for travel to work, recreation and parks, goods and services, and third places. And I really wanted to highlight one area in particular, which is this really special place that this trail is going to be going through. We have 2 regional parks. That's the red star there. So the transportation corridor connects so many different things within and outside Port Angeles. It's the sole access to Hurricane Ridge, and this phase of the project connects people closer to the ODT, Olympic Medical Center, and directly to these 2 regional city parks, our RCO-funded sports stadium, Civic Field, pictured there on the right, and then also Erickson Park, which contains a newly redeveloped green playground, a skate park, tennis courts, a calisthenics park, and the tennis court and calisthenics parks are marked with the stars. But also, lastly, definitely not the least, is the RCO-funded pump track that just opened last month. It's extremely popular. It's extremely fun. Actually, I work like 5 or 6 blocks from it, and I ride my bike there during my break. And I always see at least 10 or 15 kids using it right now. So the ideal for this trail extension began seriously in 2009 with the American Institute of Architects Sustainable Design Assessment Team, the mouthful. They arrived in Port Angeles and held 3 days of workshops and charrettes in the community. The report identifies many many opportunities and improvements that can be made in Port Angeles, including a vision for Port Angeles' transportation network that is based on mobility, diversity, and harmony. Ray Street was identified as an important transportation corridor and gateway within Port Angeles, and the connection to the Olympic Discovery Trail was also identified. And you can see the influence of this report all throughout our city's plans, our comprehensive plan, our strategic plans, the CFP, and RCO has actually funded several of the projects that were recommended by it over a decade ago, including phase 1 of this trail project and our waterfront park. So Port Angeles and the census tract surrounding our trail scores poorly in each category for underserved populations. The community is mainly Caucasian, but race does not provide any benefit to serve our population as measured by this RCO chart. Our community needs equity more than ever, and the access to goods, services, recreation, and housing that will be accommodated by this trail is really truly priceless. So this trail will allow connection between so many local trails and connect users to regionally significant scenic locations, and equally importantly, their jobs and commerce. And as I mentioned before, the RCO funded pump track was recently completed and is on this route. This trail will get kids to their skate park and pump track safely on their own. We're really trying to build transportation infrastructure for anybody between the ages of 8 and 80. And the shared use trail will connect residents and travelers to the Toho Ferry, its hook, the ODT between Port Townsend and La Push, and the second phase presented here also connects users to 2 of our major bike networks on 1st and 8th Streets. So I'm going to provide a closer look at these 3 sections of the trail in a moment, but I wanted to zoom out and speak more generally about the entire project area. The project will dedicate half of the existing 70-foot right-of-way to an 11-foot shared use trail. The rest of that dedicated space will include open space and trail-related amenities such as stormwater features, interpretive education, art, and seating. You can see on the slide there are a lot of connections to this trail that this trail is providing to our community, and each of these 3 sections has unique solutions for providing a recreational trail facility in a public right-of-way. I think a very important objective to note, this project is not removing a sidewalk, it is expanding a 5-foot sidewalk into an 11-foot non-motorized shared use trail. The following slides will show before and after images and plans for the trail. The sections are both north and south facing, and I'm going to start in the north and move to the south. And you can see the section locations on each slide as the red dotted lines in the plans, and I'll just make sure and mention which way we're facing so that you guys don't get too confused. So first, to begin in the northern extent of phase 2, facing north, we have a section located between Front and 2nd Street. The section is between Highway 101 couplet corridor. As you can see, the existing condition of Ray Street between 1st and 2nd Streets is 4 lanes of traffic and minimum standard sidewalks with multiple curb cuts and intruding into the sidewalk. It's a very unsafe place for bikes. Cars traveling south are racing to get in front of each other as the lanes merge, and cars moving north are crisscrossing across the road in order to go straight or turn into Front Street. So after this is constructed, the 11-foot trail will remove curb cuts and allow the addition of a buffer of planting material to replace hardscape. And as the trail travels south, it will convert the right-of-way into a linear park and expand the space and to utilize a mixture of native and ornamental plants. The plantings will become more native as the trail moves south towards the National Park Visitor Center, kind of ushering people into that special space. So moving to the 3rd Street intersection, I think this is where the project obviously gets really exciting. Again, we're facing south here, and you can see that Ray Street provides a unique opportunity to connect 2 parks that are currently separated by very wide lanes of traffic. Right now, there's nothing extraordinary about this space, really, but that's really about to change. So what you're seeing is a celebration of this space. It's such a special place. Effectively, the project is going to create a seamless connection between these 2 very important parks. The road itself is going to be curbless in this section, and paving patterns on the trail will visually connect the spaces, and there will be a single huge crosswalk where this on the left, you're seeing kind of a concept, but we're changing things and it's evolving to make it more safe, but overall, we really want vehicle drivers to immediately feel like they've entered a space that isn't specifically for them, but for all users. So this is looking back towards this section where you can see the lifted sidewalk, and you can see that it really creates a whole new park space and a connection to the community. to all of these great recreational opportunities and resources that we have in this area. So finally, moving a little bit further south to our last major intersection at 5th Street, we're continuing to look north right now. This area is, again, not extraordinary. There's a lot of space dedicated to cars that is just wasted and empty. And when the trail is constructed, that'll be changed dramatically. In fact, I think that this section may not go far enough to demonstrate the change that's going to happen. The trail will actually use even more space here than the section showing, reducing the road to nearly half its width and allowing for this kind of calmly curvy trail that we built for a more interesting experience than just a straight path might provide. We really like the idea of this meandering path along this whole stretch of corridor. All the crosswalks and curb ramps will be updated to ADA, and the signalization for pedestrians will be head first as well. So the stormwater flowing into the Strait of Juan de Fuca is going to be enhanced, and rain gardens with interpretive signage will teach community members about the importance of new stormwater management techniques. Pictured here are the first rain gardens the city ever built, and they actually have been very successful, and our streets division actually likes sprucing them up, and they've added a lot of different native and ornamental plants, and they replant it yearly. We're also going to try to use pervious pavement wherever it's feasible. And the landscaping has been chosen to reflect that this is a gateway. It's a portal into the national park from an urban setting. And this phase will also create an extension of our parks into the street. So basically a greenway that links Port Angeles' waterfront to the national park. The social equity nexus is really the key element of this project. 50% of the right-of-way is being redistributed to non-motorized users to provide north-south foundation in our equitable transportation network. It's really a win-win-win situation for the community, the national park, and regional recreation. And I really think this image speaks volumes for the importance of this project for Port Angeles. Race Street's going to help create a more internal network in Port Angeles and will be a north-south backbone for non-motorized transportation. The blue lines here represent existing and potential bike routes. The green is the shared use trail, and red is being designed and constructed. So you can see we hope to have a continuous trail system here by 2025. So the project is being built to last and represents a massive investment that will transform how visitors view Port Angeles as a community and will fill residents with pride. I just want to point out in this picture what a positive change there will be. And basically everything to the right of that red line is going to be dedicated shared use trail and open space, and the parks will be directly connected to one another at the crosswalk. Will be expanded to the width of the street. People, not cars, will have ownership of this space, and the trail will connect them to it. So at any point heading north on this trail, users are greeted by expansive views of the strait and to Vancouver Island. I think from end to end, a walker can experience this whole trail in the span of an hour or on a bike in several minutes. And I'm going to hammer it again. I can't emphasize it enough that the value of providing 50% of the trail right away to a trail system. The trail facility will constitute everything right of that red line. It creates basically a linear park, a mile long. And there's a significant amount of room for recreation, restoration, education, and interpretation, and relaxation, and all these qualities are incorporated into this project. And that incorporation really begins with our relationship to the national park and our dedication to pulling that feeling of a wilderness experience further into our community. Pictured here is the facility in the national park that this trail will eventually directly connect to. And we have used native plantings to draw that experience out into the right-of-way. The fundamental decision to make this transportation system a shared use trail and not a standard multimodal bike lanes and sidewalk, I think demonstrates the dedication to providing a unique gateway experience to a national park that also caters to our community's urbanity. This project has been guided by and brought through 2 intense public processes since 2009, with 60 in attendance of the most recent open house and 225 surveys weighing in on the design. The support from the greater community has been tremendous and includes collaborations with the National Park and Clallam Transit, among all the other entities listed here. So these pictures from the Peninsula Daily News, I think, do a great job at demonstrating the wasted space the traditional road provides for cars that are traveling up to 45 miles an hour. down the city street. And they've done a great job helping the city keep the public informed about what is happening at Ray Street and how they can get involved. And the goal of this project is transformative for transportation equity, ecological restoration, economic development, tourism marketing, and pride for our community and what Port Angeles stands for. I think it's extremely to point out that we are already 15% complete for the funding of phase 2. This RCO funding fulfills an additional 40% of that gap. And we're accounting for the reality that recent inflation costs make construction a struggle. And our cost analysis includes 30% increases to account for project cost creep that continues to affect construction projects right now, as we're seeing. A final grant from WashDOT will complete the funding package from the Transportation Alternatives Program. And all in all, RCO will be able to provide nearly $2 million to a final funding for this project, which I think is really exciting. It's creating connections, it's providing access, it's celebrating our community's recreational diversity and our connection to this national park. And it's also helping restore one of the major creek corridors, and it's setting the standard for transportation equity that's going to be hard to top in the city once it's completed. And so with that, that's the end of my presentation, and I'll open it up to any questions the board might have.
Well, thank you very much, Ben. I'm going to take back polls from you.
Okay.
Okay. Great. Now I'd like to, if anybody has any questions for Ben, any questions or comments, feel free to go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ben. Thanks for the presentation. I wanted to be sure that I understood, looking at the 40% site plans that you put in, it looked to me like the project started at Front Street, and what I saw in the presentation slides started at First Street. Could you give me a clear definition of the extent of this project?
Sure. It actually does. It starts at the northern intersection of Front Street.
Okay.
And the terminus in the south is the north side of 8th Street. So phase 1 is going to complete the intersection of 8th Street. So we'll start from that point right there.
Okay.
We won't have to construct anything at the intersection of 8th, but everything from 8th all the way across Front Street will be constructed.
Right. No, it's mostly the Front Street and north that I'm interested in. And your connection to the ODT, are you still planning that you're going to come down Francis Street?
Yes. I've been talking to our city engineer. I really want to get something on the CFP. He's waiting for these projects to be built out, but we do have plans to continue this type of shared use trail all the way down to Francis Street and the 9/11 Memorial Park from Georgiana.
Yeah, okay. My concern there is the grade challenge at the Memorial Park, but thank you. That answers the question with regards to this project.
Sure.
Thank you, Andy. Betsy, go ahead.
Good morning, Ben. Thank you for your presentation. Really appreciate it. Really interesting project, and remember earlier phases of it. I have a question kind of piggybacking on Andy's, which relates to that northern section between Front and First Streets. And one thing I really appreciate this project is that although it's been within right of way, there's been a really concerted attempt to create that linear park feeling. I think this northernmost area is one that feels the most like a sidewalk to me. And I wondered if you could talk through some of the site constraints in that area that might be driving just the spatial configuration where it just feels pretty narrow, pretty close to the roadway.
Yeah, unfortunately, the highway is really the pinch point there. Just because we have to have so many lanes to allow for turning actions, it really put a constraint on that section of the trail. But I think things could change in the future. I know in our CFP, we really want to decouple that, and that could allow for some more buffering space to be provided in the future. And I think right now, the most important thing is to get that section of 11-foot trail in, and also the buffer landscaping as well. That's going to be, the landscaping is a huge part of this project. The landscape architects provided a really extensive planting schedule, and it's going to be pretty phenomenal. So did that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. I think, I really appreciate the innovation, especially in that 3rd Street area. And we're always, following our guidance where, we need to not have sidewalk projects. So I can definitely
Yes.
see the effort that y'all have demonstrated. And one other point of clarification is just that 11-foot width, because some of the drawings and metrics say 12 feet. 12 feet is obviously nicer in an urban setting with multi-use. So just wanted to get your thoughts on the 11-foot dimension that seems to be the one you've landed on.
I think that through the process, especially with phase 1, it's going, I think through the park area, it'll be wider, but it'll be 11 feet throughout the rest of that project area.
Great,
It's
thanks.
just what I think what we landed on with stormwater requirements and that sort of thing.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Thanks for the information. Really appreciate it.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, okay. I had a question I just wanted to hear a little bit more on need relative to underserved populations, kind of that aspect of the question. Can you go into a little more detail on that?
Sure. I really feel like Port Angeles scores pretty poorly throughout the city, but this area actually has some of our most underserved populations. Just this, I would call it this neighborhood, and really, this street, this trail is going to basically redefine how people are going to be able to travel. There's a level of comfortability that people don't have, and Ray Street is just, there's so much activity going on. It's loud, cars are driving really fast. A lot of people that are on the road, especially in summer months, are unfamiliar with it. This is the first time they've entered the city because they're going to the national park, and providing a system like this for underserved people to be able to access regional transportation in a non-motorized way, I think it's going to be pretty game changing. This will get people down to the bus depot without having to, ride on a street. Basically, it can get them all the way. If they get onto the trail, they can ride all the way to, right now, Squim unimpeded on a trail. So, not only for commuting, but also recreation. Like, it'll provide access to the Elwha Bridge too, which is just a wonderful piece of facility. Is that helpful?
Yeah, thank you.
No problem.
Okay, well, thank you. Some more last questions for Ben. Now would be the time. If not, committee, why don't you finish up your scoring and we'll transition into at the city of Edgewood shortly. And Ben, thank you for your time.
Thank you all very much. I really appreciate the time.
And Jeremy, it looks like you're here. Can you hear me okay and see the screen?
I can. Can you hear me okay?
I can. And it looks like Larry Levine is here with you. Hi, Larry.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
I do. I hear you just fine. I'll be giving you controls shortly. Jeremy, are you running the show?
Just go ahead and give Larry control, please.
Larry will have control. Okay, thank you for letting me know. 1 second while I do this. Larry, go ahead and give it a shot. See if you have control now. Yep, looks great. Okay, so Larry, you have 15 minutes for your presentation. Go ahead and start whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Jeremy Metzler, Public Works Director for the City of Edgewood. And with me is Larry Levine, Director for Evergreen Trails. We are here to discuss Phase 3 of the Interurban Trail in Edgewood, which follows the historic Puget Sound Electric Railway that used to connect Tacoma and Seattle in the early 1900s. Pictured here is a section of this trail that was completed in 2012 with assistance from RCO. As a nod to the corridor's history, this gateway's surface design recalls railroad rails in gray with the electrified third rail in red. When this trail is complete, it will once again be part of a continuous route between these population centers and provide local and regional access for thousands without the need for a car. I would also like to point out that our grant request amount has been lowered from 3.6 million to 3 million. The north-south portion of the Interurban Trail, highlighted in yellow, extending from Tukwila through the city of Pacific, is well used and well known in the region because of its 14-mile length. Completion of the remaining east-west portion of the trail is being actively pursued by 3 municipalities, extending this multi-county resource by another 6 miles. The project location is along the north edge of Edgewood, a city of over 13,000 in Pierce County, situated between I-5 and SR 167 to the north of Puyallup. Approximately 100,000 people live within 5 miles of the project, the green circle, and over 900,000 live within 10 miles, being the darker circle. This project will design and construct a 1-mile missing link in the east-west interurban trail near the King-Pierce County line, the orange line on the screen. It will connect Edgewood's existing trail segment at the 114th Avenue East trailhead with the City of Pacific's interurban trail, both of these shown in green. Please notice the north-south ridge that parallels the West Valley Highway. It is a significant barrier for active recreation and mobility access. Jovita Canyon is the only way to ascend this ridge, which is why the railroad was originally built in this location. There is no other east-west route past this ridge for over 3 miles, either to the north or south. And both of those routes involve multi-lane state highways, State Route 18 and 167. Now I'm going to turn it over to Larry to cover project criteria.
Criteria 1, need. This project directly serves a high-needs census tract immediately to the east. RCO's grant application data tool indicates that this area has lower income, higher disabled population, higher body mass index, and higher mortality rate than the state average. Lower income and disabled populations are more transit dependent, yet this census tract is outside of Pierce Transit's service area. This trail project will provide access to local and regional mobility via Pierce Transit routes 402 and 501 in Edgewood, and via the Tacoma to Puyallup Trail that is under construction, future Sound Transit light rail in Fife. Additionally, the only food store in this tract is in the far southeast corner near Sumner's Court, and this trail provides access to Edgewood and Milton's business district, which includes 2 supermarkets and other services. Significant car speeds, lack of complete shoulders, and sight distance issues from the canyon's curves make Jovita Boulevard extremely unwelcoming for active mode users. This is reflected in the pedestrian heat map in the lower left, which shows how inaccessible east-west movement through the area is due to both the highways and, as mentioned, the ridge that runs north and south. Foot traffic is almost non-existent along Jovita because of the hostile conditions. Notice how drastically pedestrian activity increases on Milton's existing section of trail. We are expecting at least this amount of activity on the completed trail, and likely a synergistic increase because both GAP projects will provide connectivity and a continuous, separated, and more inviting space for people who walk, bike, and roll. Because of its importance, the interurban trail has been included in local municipal comprehensive and trail plans throughout the region. Edgewood City Council has assigned it the highest work plan item priority for their Parks Advisory Board. For Evergreen Trails has been coordinating regional partners from Tukwila to Fife to develop the trail since 2005. The final north-south portion of the interurban trail was completed by the City of Pacific in 2021, and the two other gaps in the east-west trail are underway. Sumner's White River Bridge is in a shovel-ready state, and Milton's section is currently in design. Additionally, Move Ahead Washington legislation has fully funded the Tacoma to Puyallup Trail, meaning that this project is the final part needed to connect Tacoma to Seattle through over 25 miles of trail. Criteria 2, linkage between trails. Our project has so many linkages with other existing and planned trails that it makes for a riot of color. As mentioned, this trail will extend the north-south interurban trail, and at its eastern end, it will also connect to the White River Trail, the Lakeland Hills Trail, and the Sumner Link Trail. The Sumner Link Trail connects to the Puyallup River Trail and will eventually connect to the western end of the Foothills National Recreation Trail, the longest trail in Pierce County at 21 miles. The Tacoma to Puyallup Trail is currently in development, and the Hylebos Trail will also eventually connect to this system as well. It looks almost like a heart, which is fitting because this project will complete the heart of Pierce County's trail network. Criteria 3, linkage between communities. This heart-shaped network of trails will form an inviting 18-mile recreational loop, the very first in Pierce County. Trail users favor loop routes over out and back ones, and this route concept is very exciting to area residents. It will directly link Sumner, Pacific, Edgewood, Milton, Fife, and Puyallup. The larger trail system will also link Tacoma, Algona, Auburn, Kent, Renton, Tukwila, and Seattle. Additional planned connections to the Foothills Trail will create linkages between urban and rural communities, including Ording, Buckley, and Enumclaw, as well as Wilkeson and Carbonado on the way to Mount Rainier National Park. Criteria 4, immediacy of threat. While this is not an acquisition project, we note that Milton and Sumner are either in design or have finalized design of their respective gaps in the interurban trail. There's an urgency for Edgewood in keeping pace with the development of its neighboring cities to realize the full potential of the east-west section of the interurban trail, as well as closing the gap in providing access to Pierce and King County's population centers via the Tacoma to Puyallup Trail that is currently in construction. Incidentally, on the left, you can see an image of the existing section of Edgewood's trail. In the upper right is an example of interpretive signage of the existing trail, telling the history of the transition from railroad corridor to trail. And in the lower right is a picture of Edgewood's Park Advisory Board walking a portion of the site project recently. Criteria 5, project design. The trail will have 3 stream crossings, the exact alignment and design of which will be determined after the sites are assessed in further detail. At some points along the project area, the trail will be near Jovita Boulevard. However, the trail will maintain the required separation from the roadway per RCO Manual 10A, a complete barrier, and at least 3 feet of separation. The exact barrier design will be determined following detailed site assessment. However, there is a mock-up of this later in the presentation. We will also be looking at minimizing the grade of the trail to the extent possible, and we expect a maximum of 5% for some stretches. The typical cross-section of the trail will be a paved 12-foot tread with 2-foot shoulders. Horizontal and vertical clear zones will be maintained for safety. Bridge treads will be slightly wider to accommodate for shy distance from safety railings. Standard ash toe railing heights will be employed for user safety. Bridge structures will likely include some combination of wood and steel and may emulate the early 1900s trestle motif of the railroad while meeting current safety regulations and standards, including non-slip surfaces. Costs and revenues for the project are shown. While the original grant request was $3.6 million, it has been reduced to $3 million. Local match funds are a mix of impact fees, real estate excise tax, and other fees if needed. Edgewood is committed to moving this project forward and will provide funding required to complete the design phase. Criteria 6, sustainability. This project provides access past a significant topographical obstacle for active mode users. This will be a benefit for bike commuting to employment areas in Sumner and the industrial areas in South King County. It provides access to bus and light and heavy rail transit, making longer trips without a car more feasible. Completion of the interurban trail will also reduce car freight conflict and encourage tourism-based economic development, which helped earn financial support from the Port of Tacoma. The trail will help separate the roadway from the stream, which will enable Edgewood to isolate roadway runoff for treatment. And the presence of the trail will also displace some negative activities such as littering. Criteria 7, water access or views. Jovita Canyon was formed by Jovita Creek and its tributaries and continues to be influenced by them. In the middle and upper sections, the trail will cross these streams via bridge structures, making for a varied and enjoyable experience for users. Compared to the narrower and steeper upper canyon, the lower portion of this project has fewer spatial constraints, but is equally as enjoyable. It will provide opportunities for interpretive signage about the corridor and the importance of Jovita Creek, which provides habitat for chum and coho salmon, steelhead, sea-run cutthroat, and resident trout. As such, direct access to the creek will not be provided to protect the stream banks and habitat. Pictured in the lower left is the significant investment in improving fish passage near the base of the canyon at SR 167 that WashDOT made in 2017, and we are committed partners in protecting this habitat. Criteria 8, scenic views. The dominant features of this project are the sloping topography and the forested area around Jovita Creek and its tributaries. The trail will provide frequent views of the creek and peekaboo views of the valley below, as shown in the image. It also includes a rendering of how the trail will be separated from the roadway by a barrier and maintaining required lateral space between the road and the trail. Whether ascending or descending the slope, trail users will experience the canyon's curving character, which is distinctly different from the adjacent portions of the trail. This section will provide a unique sense of place because of these features and makes for a special project. Criteria 9, enhancement of wildlife habitat. During our design phase, we will be seeking input from stakeholders, including the Muckleshoot and Puyallup tribes, for habitat enhancement opportunities. We already plan to have improved separation and treatment of roadway runoff to protect water quality. The upper image here shows a juvenile salmon in the palm of the photographer documenting its return of the fish to the waterway that Jovita Creek flows into. Maintaining tree canopy here is a priority for shade and higher water oxygenation, as well as periodic woody debris for the smolt to hide amongst, and also to help reduce stream flow velocities. Removal of invasive species and landscaping with native plants will also be part of the project, not just around the trail footprint, but also throughout the canyon, such as the 2 drainages identified in the lower image. Criteria 10, project support. Trails, and this project in particular, were highly supported in Edgewood's recent PROS plan update. The regional cooperation and coalition work to complete the interurban trail are reflected in coordination and focus provided by groups like Forever Green Trails and the Leafline Trails Coalition. This past spring, those 2 groups co-hosted an on-site event involving representatives from every municipal jurisdiction the trail passes through, plus Pierce and King County and a congressional office as well. Letters of support for our grant request have been provided by Black Girls Do Bike, Black Girls Run, the cities of Fife, Milton, Pacific, and Sumner, the Foothills Rails to Trails Coalition, Forever Green Trails, and the Tacoma Washington Bicycle Club. Criteria 11, cost efficiencies. The merits of this project are reflected in the financial support it has garnered. Foothills, a local nonprofit organization, has pledged $2,000 to the project. Forever Green Trails has approached Edgewood about hosting a fund drive on its website to raise an additional $8,000. Forever Green has established a record in Pierce County as a successful promoter of such drives, and the organization has $2,000 of matching funds available to help incentivize giving in this drive, and has already identified local community groups to help promote this effort. We are anticipating this project to launch in the fall. Additionally, the Port of Tacoma awarded the project a $15,000 local economic development investment fund grant in recognition of the project's importance both for tourism as well as mobility safety. Puget Sound Regional Council awarded Edgewood Surface Transportation Program funds of $2.48 million, which anchored our strategy of 1/3 federal, 1/3 state, and 1/3 local funding. We also acknowledge all of the investments that other jurisdictions have made in the interurban trail. Jeremy?
Thanks, Larry. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you guys today about the Interurban Trail Phase 3 project. It's truly special as it is a missing link locally and regionally, sitting between two counties, connecting Puget Sound's largest population centers. It repurposes the unused Puget Sound Electric Railway corridor, overcomes significant topographical obstacles for people who walk, bike, and roll, and will become the heart of a beloved recreational trail system in Pierce County. After so many years of coordination with our partners, the excitement to finish this trail is palpable in Edgewood and the surrounding area, and we hope to have your support in leveraging the investments all the communities along the trail have made. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Okay, well, great. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Jeremy. I'd like to open this up for any questions or comments for the two of them. Oh, good. Andy, go ahead.
Boy, that's a strong proposal, guys. I wanted to I don't really have any questions. I wanted to compliment you on an excellent proposal that really addresses the criteria very, very well. So thanks for that. That was very well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, Alma.
Yeah, I just wanted to ditto that. I really enjoyed it, and I love the way you went through the criteria, and it was really easy to follow. And I really, really enjoyed the need criteria and how you met that. So thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Great. Last chance for any questions or comments for the two of them. If we don't have any more questions, go ahead and feel free to finish out your scoring for this project. And then we can move forward. So Larry and Jeremy, I want to thank you very much for your time coming here today, presenting, and thanks.
Our pleasure.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
Now, I wanted to share with everybody, we have a special guest, Director Megan Duffy is here today, and she'd like to speak a few words to y'all.
Good afternoon, everybody. I don't know as a special guest, as I'm a special guest only from the perspective that you all are doing all of the hard work. I mostly just wanted to say thank you for your time and for your perspective. We're so grateful that you volunteer to do these committees and these evaluations. We know how difficult it can be to commit to the long kind of the time commitment required to do this. And we appreciate the fact that you're willing to do it. We appreciate the fact that you're willing to bring your technical expertise and your different perspectives to the process. All of it's invaluable to keeping the process transparent and fair. I know that that is one of the things that we hear from folks around the state, the value of the process that we put together, and you are an integral part of it. I know that applicants also appreciate the feedback that you provide, and they're able to develop stronger applications because of it. So I really wanted to thank you so much for your time and for your expertise and for helping us actually be able to run this process and fund great projects across the state. So thank you. And thank you, Jesse, for your work on this committee today.
Thank you, Megan, very much. We appreciate you stopping by. With that being said, everybody, we're just about to lunchtime. So looks like we're going to be back. Our next presentation will be at 1:10. So if everybody could get back by 1:05 and get ready for the second half of today, I'd appreciate it. Thank you all once again, and I will see you at 1:05. Okay, bye. Hello, Sarah, Monica. You guys there?
Hi,
Hi, Sarah. How are you today?
very good. Thank you. How are you?
Good, good. Are you the one that's going to be presenting or are you with?
Yes, I'm going to be reading the script
Okay,
and Ashley Knapp will be sharing the presentation slides.
okay. So who do you want me to give control to? Ashley?
To
Okay,
Ashley, yes.
great.
Yes,
Thank you.
please.
Just checking in before we get started. We got 3 more minutes, so people should be coming back from lunch break shortly. So just hold on tight and I'll get it going again in about 3 minutes.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sarah and Ashley.
Thanks.
Well, hello, everyone. I hope you all had a great lunch and are ready for the second half of today. We're starting the second half of the day with Linwood Parks and Rec. So Ashley, I am going to be giving you remote control shortly. So I'll give you the play-by-play.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Oh, let's see. Click to start.
See if you got,
And then,
yeah,
yep.
great. So you all have 15 minutes for your presentation. We'll do 10 minutes of Q&A afterwards, and feel free to start at any moment.
Great. Thank you. Hello, I'm Sarah Olson of Linwood's Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts Department. Our project will transform Scriber Creek Trail into a well-connected walking and biking trail. The city of Linwood is 10 miles north of Seattle in South Snohomish County on I-5. Scriber Creek Trail is a 1-mile spur off the regional interurban trail within the South Linwood neighborhood adjacent to our city center. Phase 1 begins at the Linwood Transit Center and is being constructed by Sound Transit. The city is constructing Phase 2. Both phases will be completed by 2024. This phase, the third and final phase, will run through Scriber Lake Park and cross 196th Street to terminate at Wilcox Park. A separate project will renovate the network within Scriber Lake that will connect to this trail. 1. Need. Inventory. Scriber Creek Trail was built in 1988 and has reached its end of life. It follows its namesake, Scriber Creek, through a fen bog wetland with a high water table and soft peat soils. Scriber Creek is the main drainage in Linwood and has experienced repeated and significant flooding for several decades. This trail regularly floods. The trail's 3 stream crossings flood November to April, making it almost impossible to use year-round. The trail is narrow, has sharp blind corners, and uneven surfaces. The width varies from 5 to 8 feet, which is too narrow to support high volumes. Residents told us they feel unsafe because the limited visibility creates the sensation of isolation. The alternating soft surface and uneven hard surface make walking and biking difficult. The section adjacent to 196th Street, which is a 35-mile-per-hour 5-lane road, is an informal 2-foot wide asphalt strip. The crossing at the signal is not ADA compliant. Our 2018 ADA self-evaluation and transition plan identified 22 barriers that measure almost the entire length of the trail. Scriber Creek Trail and the Interurban Trail are the city's only road-separated Class 1 corridor trails. All other trails are within parks. Use. Despite these conditions, the trail serves a lot of people. Cell phone data has shown that from 2018 to 2020, we had nearly 500,000 visits. Given the flooding, it sees lower usage in the winter and peak usage in the summer. Most trail users are pedestrians, not cyclists, which is to be expected for the narrow trail with mixed surfaces and flooding. Meeting the need. By renovating the trail, we expect usage to dramatically increase, especially with the Link light rail service opening in 2024, which is projected to serve 18,000 daily riders by 2035. The city center is projected to accommodate an additional 3,000 residential units and 15,000 jobs. This growth will increase demand for recreational hiking, walking, and biking. Potential use could double to 400,000 trips per year, since the trail will be wider and open year-round instead of narrow and flooded for half the year. Over 4,600 residents live within a 10-minute walk, 37% of whom are non-white and 65% of households are low income. Our project meets 4 out of 5 metrics for underserved populations. The median household income is below the state's average. Persons of color population is almost double the state's, and disabled population is above the state's average, and why we're improving ADA accessibility, especially for nearby senior housing residents who have a variety of mobility challenges. The BMI is above the state's and the mortality rate is below the state's. Vision. This project is named in the city's comprehensive plan, the 2022 Park Plan, and the 2022 Capital Facilities Plan. The 2017 Linwood Transit Center study ranks this project as a top strategy for multimodal access over a dozen other projects evaluated. The trail's connectivity to the interurban follows the 2007 City Center Subarea Plan. In the 2022 Connect Linwood Plan, the community named sidewalk improvements on 196th Street as the highest priority, which this project helps resolve. The 2021 South Linwood Neighborhood Plan also names this crossing as an action item. Linkage between trails. The 1-mile Scriber Creek Trail links to the 18-mile Interurban Trail, which connects Linwood to North Seattle, Greenwood, Shoreline, Esperance, Edmonds, Mount Lake Terrace, and Everett. It also links to the Burke-Gilman Trail at its southern terminus. Built on a historic trolley line, the Interurban is flat and therefore the most significant all ages and abilities urban trail in Snohomish County. In a survey, 25% of respondents said they use Scriber Creek Trail to access the interurban. Long-term, the Connect Linwood Plan envisions extending Scriber Creek Trail an additional 3 miles across the city to connect the city center and South Linwood neighborhoods to Lunds Gulch and Meadowdale Beach Park on Puget Sound. This new regional trail will be Linwood's center to sound connection. Linkage between communities. The trail is a crucial connection between the South Linwood and Cedar Valley residential neighborhoods to the city center district. Containing the future light rail station, the district is transforming from car-oriented strip malls to transit-oriented mixed-use developments, including retail and businesses. Scriber Creek Trail will probably be the main way residents get to the station and district since new developments are discouraging driving. The trail links 4 parks. Wilcox Park contains a basketball court, playground, and open lawn that hosts community events. Scriber Lake Park is a green oasis, a hotspot for birding, wildlife viewing, and urban fishing. The trail will connect to the dock and viewpoints via a loop trail. Both parks contain restrooms. Sprague's Pond Park contains a playground and fishing access, and Scriber Creek Park is a scenic park with 2 accessible wetland viewpoints. Within Walking distance are bus stops for local and rapid transit, senior housing in orange, low-income housing in yellow, and numerous health services. To the north is the Civic Campus and Edmonds School District's highest need elementary school in purple. 5, project design. A route analysis conducted that improving the existing route over an alternative direct alignment would result in less impacts from construction, maintain buffer from the neighbors, and provide better access to the park's existing trail network. Anywhere the trail traverses wetland, buffer, and floodplain, the trail is required to be elevated. 58% of the total length of trail is on bridge or boardwalk. The trail has 2 typical sections shown in green and yellow. The trail will have a consistent 16-foot width to accommodate walking, biking, and using mobility devices. The green sections replace the existing asphalt and soft surface trail with a 12-foot wide asphalt trail with 2-foot gravel shoulders for a total width of 16 feet. The yellow sections require raised boardwalks using steel piles driven into deep peat soils. Based on your feedback during technical review, we are undergoing a value engineering process to contain project costs. Considerations include narrowing the elevated sections to 12 feet and changing substructure materials. Regardless, an elevated pin pile boardwalk will replace the existing at-surface trail and wooden bridges. The fiberglass mesh decking is slip resistant and open grate to minimize wetland impacts and eliminate flooding even during rainstorms. With a lifespan of 40 years, it will decrease maintenance. The crossing will reduce user conflicts with improved pavement markings, signage, lighting, and ADA curb ramps, which will be sized to accommodate higher volumes of pedestrian and bicycle traffic. Existing power lines will be routed underground. This project increases the width for higher volumes, improves the year-round reliability of elevating the trail, softens bends to eliminate blind corners, meets or exceeds all ADA standards, and cuts back encroaching vegetation for greater visibility. These changes will address the community's safety concerns by helping more people use the trail regularly. We are developing 60% design and will soon be ready to apply for permits to be shovel-ready by June 2024. We've already completed SEPA and NEPA. Cost estimates from our engineering team are based on unit prices from the 6 bids we recently received for phase 2. 6, sustainability. Ecological factors. Scriber Creek is a Category 1 wetland because it is sensitive to disturbance and cannot be recreated through mitigation. The open grate decking minimizes wetland impacts by allowing natural light and rainwater through to the waters below. Removing the existing at-grade trail will add stormwater storage capacity and improve the natural hydrology. Social factors. With the connection to the city center station, this project converts an existing trail into a multimodal trail for active transportation. Today, 15% of daily boardings at the station are from pedestrians and cyclists, and 15% of South Linwood residents rely on public transit. Demand is anticipated to significantly increase in the future with new light rail and rapid bus service to 18,000 daily trips. With only 1,900 parking spaces on site, most riders will walk, bike, or bus. Scriber Creek Trail will provide a safe route by foot, bike, or mobility device. This last mile connection allows residents and workers to get to their destinations car-free, thus reducing greenhouse gas emissions, another ecological benefit. This trail connects to the higher density transit-oriented developments of City Center, which is envisioned to be compact, intense, and lively area that offers new opportunities for culture, commerce, and community living with great walking facilities. Economic factors. Bringing more residents into the City Center District, which is a regional growth center designated by the Puget Sound Regional Council, will benefit the city's economy. In addition, this project increases the trail's longevity, with steel pilings projected to last 50 years and deck surface approximately 40 years. 7, water access or views. Following its namesake creek, the trail offers water views throughout, starting with these views of Scriber Creek Park and Sprague's Pond. Many residents use this trail to get to the pond to fish. This phase connects to the trail network within Scriber Lake Park, which includes 2 water viewpoints and a dock for fishing. From Scriber Creek Trail, it's just 700 feet for glimpses of the lake and 1,300 feet to the dock. The access and viewpoints are significant to our community because these are the only 2 public water bodies in all of Linwood. This trail provides access to both. 8, scenic values. Since the trail winds through 4 parks, it offers beautiful views along its entire length. The most significant of these is through the 25-acre Scarborough Lake Park within this phase, comprised of a network of scrub shrub wetlands, shrub peat bog, emergent marsh, and riparian forests. With deciduous and coniferous forest uplands, Scarborough Lake Park is a green oasis, a place where you can completely forget you're in a city, making it an enjoyable trail for walking, contemplating, and birding. The upland forests are dominated by mature conifer trees with a transition to riparian forests that flank the wetland systems, providing a buffer to the scrub shrub swamp habitats. The low-lying areas of the park along the stream and open water are made up of native shrubs with a striking diversity of species and providing abundant habitat for birds and other wildlife. These shrub swamp habitats are comprised of an intricate matrix of plant species that are tolerant to frequent flooding and saturated soil conditions. The trail's 3 Scriber Creek crossings offer views of the creek and wetlands. It also meanders next to this private pond. Without this trail, the view of this habitat for waterfowl and aquatic animals and native vegetation would not be publicly available. 9, enhancement of wildlife habitat. Elevating the trail restores the creek and allows natural beaver activity to take its course. We will restore disturbed riparian areas by removing invasive weeds and planting native plants, which will benefit trout and bass downstream in Sprague's Pond and more than 100 different bird and waterfowl species seen at Scarborough Lake. 10, project support. After years of public outreach, the community is excited to see the trail coming together, especially since frequent flooding is a well-known issue. While developing the 2016 Transit Center Multimodal Accessibility Plan, we hosted 5 community events, including a community walk and talk tour. We began trail design outreach in 2018 with an online survey, several focus group meetings, an open house with 35 residents, and a public comment periods for SEPA and Section 4F review and processes. As you saw, this project fulfills an action item in the South Linwood Neighborhood Plan, which was crafted by a 21 community member co-design committee. The co-design committee positioned city staff as active listeners and shifted unequal power dynamics. Members were residents, business owners, parents, and representatives of faith organizations and service providers. The committee served as ambassadors to the broader community. Our online open house in 2021 was in English and Spanish and recorded 210 survey respondents unified in their support of improving parks. We've received 7 letters of support, including from the Edmonds Bicycle Advocacy Group, Verdant Health Commission, and Friends of Scarborough Lake, a volunteer and advocacy group created by local bird watchers and fishers. The neighbor who signed the Friends of Scarborough Lake letter wrote, quote, "Importantly for me, it will help make the park much more accommodating to those with accessibility issues. My wife suffers from an injury that can severely limit her mobility, and I know that frequent flooding has deteriorated trails, limit her and other residents' abilities to fully appreciate everything this wonderful space has to offer in the heart of my city." The board member who signed the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board letter wrote, quote, "This redevelopment project has been a priority project since I joined the board in 2018. The first public engagement I attended was to consider the proposed alternative routes. To complete phase 3 will demonstrate that visions can come true through thoughtful goals, policies, and planning." 11, cost efficiencies. Dividing this project into 3 phases has created significant cost savings because Sound Transit is constructing phase 1 for approximately $2 million and is contributing a $500,000 access enhancement grant to this phase. We also have a $25,000 grant from the Linwood Parks and Recreation Foundation, some of which is from community donations to the Friends of Scarborough Lake. We plan to continue to engage them with restoration projects along the trail, thus reducing our future maintenance costs. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Sarah. I'm going to take control back from you guys. Great. And now, oh, you did perfect in time. Look at that. I want to open it up for any questions or comments from the evaluation committee. You must have answered all their questions, Sarah and Ashley. We'll give it just a little bit more time. Make sure people have the opportunity to comment. Oh, Lisa Anderson, thank you.
I've got a question. Maybe I heard it wrong, but I'm not crystal clear on it. Is the whole trail going to be 12? It says 12 to 16 feet wide, the part that you're working on, or is there a part that's more narrow? I was a little confused on one of the slides. I saw a smaller and a larger. So can you just clarify that? Thanks.
Sure. We're currently designing the entire trail length to be 16 feet wide. However, we are doing an in-depth value engineering effort to contain our costs and will consider reducing the elevated structure from 16 feet to 12 feet. Currently, the design is at 16 feet throughout.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. Betsy, go ahead. You're next.
Thanks for the presentation. This was actually just a follow-up on Lisa's question and your comment, Sarah. Definitely understand the need for the value engineering. From my perspective as a reviewer, just knowing how dense this context is and the setting and the levels of use that you're likely to receive, I would put in a pitch for the wider width. So that's just my 2 cents. We're constantly seeing trails that are not designed, in my personal opinion, to be wide enough for the amount of use that they're expected to receive. So just wearing that hat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, if there's no more questions, I want to thank Sarah and Ashley and Monica for your presentation. It was lovely. We're going to finish up your scoring on this, and then we'll move to the city of North Bend. So thanks again. Thank you all.
Yes, thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
So Mike, okay, there you are. All right, Mike, will you be the one presenting today?
I will, thank you, yeah.
Okay, great. And so I can, momentarily, I'll give the controls over to you so we can start shortly. And welcome. And welcome, Dylan, yes.
All right, shall I go ahead?
Not yet, not yet. I gotta. Okay, go ahead, Mike, see if you can get control.
I'm just trying. Doesn't seem to be doing anything yet.
Okay, well, what about double clicking? I can try again. Here, I'll try again. I'll promote. I'll tell you when to hit it. Okay, go ahead and now click it. See if you get control now.
I'm clicking page up and down, but it seems to be stuck just on the second slide there.
Oh, are you using your mouse to double click?
No, I'm just using the keys on the screen or on the keyboard.
Okay. Well, that's weird. I think what we'll do, Mike, is you can just, I will run your presentation from my side, and you can just tell me when to say, yeah.
Yeah, if you want to just back up to the start then.
Yeah, for sure.
Just say next.
Yeah. Okay, and we have 15 minutes, so go ahead and start when you're ready.
All right, well, thank you, everyone. I'm Mike McCarty with the City of North Bend, and I'm on the line here also with Dylan Gamble from the City of Snoqualmie. and we're presenting our joint application for the Bakwab Prairie Loop Trail at Meadowbrook Farm. North Bend's a primary sponsor and Snoqualmie is a secondary sponsor. Next. Meadowbrook Farm is within the cities of Snoqualmie and North Bend, 30 minutes east of Seattle. It's a 460-acre open space preserve owned by both cities. Next. Meadowbrook Farm sits halfway between downtown North Bend and downtown Snoqualmie, straddling the city limit line. The regional Snoqualmie Valley Trail connects to Meadowbrook Farm on its eastern end, linking it to many destinations up and down the valley. Next. The project will complete a 2.6-mile ADA accessible loop around Meadowbrook Farm, connecting important local destinations and providing a valuable recreational amenity. Next. The project starts with relocating and paving an existing 4,100 foot long gravel trail, or circled in red, from the Meadowbrook Farm Interpretive Center to where it currently dead ends at the end of the central meadow. Next. The project will then extend that trail north through forest and the remote Camas Meadow to Centennial Fields Park. The green line represents new crushed stone trail through wetland buffers, and the purple represents new paved trail. At Centennial Fields Park, the new trail will connect to an existing paved trail, which is shown in orange there, that completes a 2.6-mile loop. Next. The project will also construct a spur trail from the main loop to the through the remote Scout Meadow to connect to Snoqualmie Middle School. Next. Actually, we've advanced one slide, but just stay on this one. It'll replace two existing deteriorated boardwalks that are not ADA accessible. Next. And the project will provide 3 acres of wetland and prairie habitat restoration. Next. The need for the project is demonstrated through its consistency with adopted plans, which were formed with extensive public input. This project implements the Meadowbrook Farm Master Plan, adopted by the cities of North Bend and Snoqualmie. This plan has identified the completion of this loop trail as a priority since it was first adopted in 1999. The project also implements the North Bend Comprehensive Plan, which lists this project as a priority on its 6-year capital facilities plan. Next. In numerous public surveys conducted by the Sideview Metropolitan Park District in the city of North Bend, trails have consistently been identified as a top priority for future park improvements. Here you see the most recent survey by the Park District showing nature trails and paved trails as the very top priorities. Next. And you can physically see that demand on the existing Bolts Trail on the eastern end of Meadowbrook Farm in the circled red areas there. These form part of the loop that this project will complete. The Strava heat map at the center there shows the high use of this existing segment of trail, which also meets WWRP road and trail separation requirements. Next. The project provides opportunities for health improvement. RCO's grant application data tool shows that North Bend has a mortality rate that's quite a bit higher than the state average. This project will provide residents with an opportunity to connect with nature, reduce stress, and get exercise. Next. Public need for the project is also supported by its consistency with the Washington State Trail Plan, which has a primary recommendation of improving trail equity. The project is specifically intended to increase recreational opportunities for individuals with limited mobility by providing full ADA access through the more remote areas of Meadowbrook Farm, providing an equal park experience for all. The project also complements a project by the city of Snoqualmie to construct a barrier-free playground at the adjacent Centennial Fields Park. Having a major new ADA accessible loop trail connected to a barrier-free playground will create a draw for handicapped hikers and families alike. The project also provides economic equity as it's located between the older neighborhoods of downtown North Bend and downtown Snoqualmie, where residents have a lower income than those of most surrounding areas in King County. Next. The project also addresses another important need, the need for interpretation of this very historic site. The fields of Meadowbrook Farm have a tremendous ancient human story to tell. They're the remnants of the original Snoqualmie prairie, known in the Lushootseed language as Bakwab. This prairie was actively maintained for thousands of years through regular burning to provide hunting grounds. Bakwab was an important place of gathering and trade between the Puget Sound coastal groups and people from the interior of Washington. Next. From the remote Camas Meadow and Scout fields through which the trail will pass, one can experience the prairie with no views or roads or other forms of human settlement, the same view that someone thousands of years ago would have seen. The interpretation of this view and this experience of Baklab is a critical project element. We're excited to have the support of the Snoqualmie tribe on this project, and we'll be working with the tribe's Cultural Resources Department in preparing the interpretive signs and consulting with them on the prairie and wetland habitat restoration components. Next. The connection this project will make to the Snoqualmie Middle School and Snoqualmie Elementary School expands educational opportunities for learning about natural flora and fauna and the history of the site. A new boardwalk will offer direct access from the middle school onto the site for educational and recreation activities. The completed trail will also provide a safe off-street loop for the Snoqualmie Middle School and Mount Si High School cross-country teams, and will directly connect the two schools. Next. The project is consistent with the second evaluation criteria by linking various trails and community facilities. This project implements the trail plan map of the North Bend Comprehensive Plan and links Snoqualmie Middle School to areas of downtown Snoqualmie and Meadowbrook Farm to the regional Snoqualmie Valley Trail, and therefore to further destinations up and down the Snoqualmie Valley, including the statewide Police to Cascades Trail south of North Bend. The project enhances the regional trail network by providing access throughout Meadowbrook Farm, an important recreational destination off of that trail. Next. The project is consistent with the third evaluation criteria by providing an important connection between the cities of North Bend and Snoqualmie. To the south, the project will provide direct access from Snoqualmie to the Meadowbrook Farm Interpretive Center, and further via the Snoqualmie Valley Trail to downtown North Bend Library, and several other parks and neighborhoods. Next. To the north, the project will provide direct access between Snoqualmie Middle School, Centennial Fields Park, and Snoqualmie Elementary School. Next. Addressing the project design criteria, accurate and recent cost estimates for the proposal were developed with engineering staff and consultants, critical area professionals, and a paving company. The project will match the 8-foot paved trail specification from the existing Bolts Trail, which we found to be the most appropriate width in a backcountry setting. Where the trail parallels State Route 202, it'll be set back a minimum of 60 feet to provide greater safety and a better trail experience. Flexible safety bollards will be provided where the trail intersects parking areas to prevent vehicles from entering the trail and visually warn trail users. Next. The project will include interpretive signs prepared in consultation with the Snoqualmie tribe, describing the history and importance of Baklab as well as prairie and wetland habitat. These signs will supplement existing signs at Meadowbrook Farm and will include QR codes for audio in support of universal accessibility. Signs will notify bicycles to dismount at boardwalks and at the remote Camas Meadow where elk are more likely to be present. Wayfinding signs will be installed at trail entry points, orienting trail users to their location and the overall loop through the property. And wildlife advisory signs will caution trail users about maintaining a safe distance. Next. The project further addresses the project design criteria by providing renovation of 2 existing deteriorated boardwalks that don't meet ADA standards, and by improving existing trail surfaces where trails even exist. To reach the backcountry fields, you currently need to wade through tall grass or slog through mud. The project will replace this inadequate infrastructure with safe, stable, ADA accessible trails and boardwalks that connect the community facilities. Next. The project incorporates several elements of sustainability through reduced maintenance needs. The current portion of the gravel pathway that this project will pave requires frequent, regular maintenance to keep the grass and weeds from rapidly regrowing and taking over the pathway, resulting in a rough and difficult surface for those in wheelchairs. Paving the pathway will significantly lower long-term maintenance and eliminate the need for applying periodic herbicides to control weed growth, which can create impacts to water quality and wildlife. Next. The project incorporates sustainable design techniques, including the construction of boardwalks in wetland and wet field areas to preserve hydrology, use of pervious decking surfaces, and minimized fill, with additional excavated areas to provide compensatory flood storage for its location in the floodplain. Next. A social sustainability element of the project is the partners' commitments to consult with the Snoqualmie tribe in the design of the project under the principles of free, prior, and informed consent, the standard by which the UN Declaration of Indigenous Rights states that Indigenous peoples must be consulted. We've commenced this relationship with the Snoqualmie tribe in this project, meeting multiple times already to hear their concerns and interests and work those into the project design. We'll continue to do so through project implementation, which will help to strengthen the relationships and connections between municipal and tribal governments and ensure that the voices and stories of the Snoqualmie people are carried forward into the project. Next. Addressing water access, this trail will pass beside and through multiple wetland areas via boardwalks, offering opportunities for close-up viewing of wetland flora and fauna and interpretation of these resources. The wetlands on Meadowbrook Farm are part of a large linked slough system that connects to the Snoqualmie River, providing an important flood storage and natural water quality protection function to the broader Snoqualmie Valley. The project will include interpretive signage describing this wetland system and the associated wet prairie habitat, and it's important to the community and to wildlife. Next. Supporting the views criteria, the project provides excellent opportunity for wildlife viewing interpretation. A resident elk herd occupies many areas of Meadowbrook Farm and is often visible browsing on the meadows. The trail will also provide expansive views of the natural prairie habitat and surrounding mountains, which you'll see more of in the next several slides. Next. The proposal really shines under the scenic values criteria. The backcountry fields in Meadowbrook Farm provide tremendous scenic value in all directions. The complementary perspectives of close-up meadows and distant meadows offers great variety and beauty. In the next several slides, I'll show you views in each direction of the compass to show you the excellent scenic values offered along this route. This view is looking north towards Mount Si and the remote camas field, which the trail will pass through. The project will enable easy and ADA compliant access to these areas, where one can turn 360 degrees and see a lowland open prairie environment with no signs of human settlement, a very rare opportunity in Western Washington. Next. Here you're looking south through the Scout Meadow toward Rattlesnake Mountain. The spur trail to Snoqualmie Middle School will pass through this meadow, offering users this view and experience. Next. Now you're looking east across the central meadow. This is the view that trail users will experience coming out of the forested area of the Camas Meadow, traveling counterclockwise. Next. And finally, looking west towards Centennial Fields Park, where the trail will connect to. The new trail will offer expansive opportunities for meadow romping and enjoying the scenery. Next. The project addresses the enhancement of wildlife habitat criteria with the removal of 3 acres of invasive Himalayan blackberry, reed canary grass, and English holly from a wetland area adjacent to the trail, and restoration of this area with native wet prairie plantings. The habitat enhancement area is 3 times larger than what's required by the critical area regulations for mitigation of the wetland crossings, and will restore to wet prairie habitat conditions that would have been original to the site. The Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife lists West Side wet prairie as one of the rarest and most imperiled ecosystems in Washington, and one of their highest conservation priorities. Prairie habitats support a number of bird, butterfly, mammal, and reptile species listed as species of greatest conservation need by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. The wet prairie restoration will enhance habitat for these species, some of which may seasonally use areas of Meadowbrook Farm. Next. Regarding the project support criteria, Meadowbrook Farm is a community labor of love. The park has been built largely through volunteer efforts, contributions from local builders and contractors, scout projects, school groups, Mountains of Sound Greenway planting volunteers, and many others. It's a very loved and cared for community resource and has a strong local support base. This project builds on that labor of love and will provide additional recreational opportunities for residents as well as the broader Puget Sound community. Next. The project has extensive support from organizations and residents within the community. The Meadowbrook Farm Preservation Association, which led the development of the master plan that this trail is proposed in, includes representatives from a broad range of local agencies and organizations, including the Mountains of Sound Greenway, Snoqualmie Valley School District, Snoqualmie Tribe, Snoqualmie Valley Historical Museum, and local governments. We've worked closely with these organizations and with the broader community in the preparation of the plan in this proposed trail, which is reflected in the numerous letters of support that you'll find attached in PRISM. Additionally, we've committed to consultation with the tribe on this project under the principles of free, prior, and informed consent, as I mentioned earlier, which represents a very high level of commitment and engagement. Next. The project offers several cost efficiencies benefiting from the partnerships of multiple agencies. We've been awarded $500,000 from King County Parks for the project. The cities of North Bend and Snoqualmie will each contribute their 2020 share of the King County Open Space Levy as local match. These funds are available and committed should the grant be awarded. The Meadowbrook Farm Preservation Association has committed $25,000 to the project, reflecting its importance, the implementation of their master plan. And the Sideview Metropolitan Park District will manage the project for the partners, applying their considerable park and trail project management experience. The Meadowbrook Farm Association has already funded some of the preliminary design work, including an initial critical areas report and mitigation plan, and an archaeological report and an inadvertent discovery plan. And the city of Snoqualmie will fund approximately $30,000 in geotechnical work and stormwater design, separate from the project budget. So thank you very much for your consideration. Next slide. We're very excited about this project and the opportunities for partnership and engagement with the community. So please let me know what questions that you might have.
Well, great. Thank you very much, Mike. Great presentation. I'd like to open it up to the committee. Any questions or comments that you'd like to direct towards Dylan or Mike regarding this project? Well, I'm not seeing any. So you must have answered all their questions. So that's good. We'll just give a little bit more time to make sure they don't have anything that sneaks up in their head they wanted answered. Okay, well, Mike and Dylan, I appreciate your time and thanks for being here. I'm gonna move on to the next one and for the committee, please finish up your scoring on this project and we'll be transitioning, actually to our break. So we have our break is at 2 and we come back at 2:15. So if everybody could be back at around 2:10 and we'll start up with the city of Bellevue. So thanks again. And thanks again, Mike and Dylan, for your time and your presentation. Okay. I'll see everybody else back around 2:10. Thanks. Cameron, Ryan, are you there?
I'm here. This is Ryan.
Hey, Ryan.
Hi, Jesse. How are
Hey,
you?
how are you today?
I'm doing well, thanks.
Good, good. Well, we're going to be starting in about 4 minutes. People are just gotten off a break. Are you going to be presenting today?
I will, and Cameron is on the line as well. I don't know if you heard
Okay, I
him
just was
there.
wondering who I'm going to give the controls to.
Yeah, you can give them to me.
Okay, great, great. So we'll hold tight and we'll get you back in about 4 minutes.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, evaluation committee members. It is 2:15 and we have the city of Bellevue here to present their Mercer Slough Nature Park Trail Connector project. Ryan, I'm going to hand you the controls shortly. I'm just in the process of it. Can you go ahead and see if you can grab control? Looks like you do have it. Okay, great. So Okay, great. So Ryan, you have 15 minutes for your project presentation, and then it'll be 10 minutes for question and answer. You ready to go?
Great. Yeah, sound good.
Okay. Oh, one thing, we got to stop for a second, Brian. Got to do something. I'm going to do this remote control again. Okay. Okay, go ahead and grab control now. Okay, you're good. Yeah.
Just testing it out there.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, great.
I think we are ready.
Go ahead and get started whenever you're ready. Thank you very much, Ryan.
Great, thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ryan Walker, and I'm here along with Cameron Parker. We're both from the city of Bellevue. And we're glad to be with you to discuss the proposed trail connector at Mercer Slough Nature Park, which is an opportunity to partner with the city of Bellevue to fill a critical gap in the trail system. So here's a quick look at the current situation along 118th Avenue on the left, which has a wide shoulder not separated from the road. On the right is the anticipated finished trail segment, featuring a safe, functional, and multi-purpose trail. So displayed is a map of the Central Puget Sound region with the project location near the intersection of I-405 and I-90 in Bellevue. Further, the project site is located at the intersection of the Mountains to Sound Greenway and the East Trail at Mercer Slough Nature Park. This location will help improve accessibility to other parks throughout the city as well. And the project is located within the West Bellevue neighborhood at the southern end of Mercer Slough, which is a 330-acre peat bog wetland that feeds into Lake Washington. So first, I'll review a bit about project need. And here we see a picture of the project area looking south. So the proposed trail connection will be a difference maker for the city. It will fill gaps in the local trail network at Mercer Slough Nature Park. It will also connect the regional trail system between the Mountains to Sound Trail and the East Trail. So while the Mountains to Sound and the East Trail do intersect, they do so with a 60-foot grade difference. So the only viable way in the near or perhaps really the long term is to connect the two along 118th Avenue and Southeast 32nd Street. So the connection, this connection will also fill a gap in the Lake to Lake City Greenway and the Lake Washington Loop. So while the proposed connection is short in distance, the impact will be very large. And here you are looking at a heat map from the fitness app Strava. So heavy use is noted along 118th Avenue and Mountains to Sound. And the current 118th shoulder is simply not safe for this level of volume, which will only increase as East Trail develops further. In looking at demographics, Bellevue is the 5th largest city in Washington and is now a majority minority city with people of color comprising about 50% of the population. The census tract is reflective of an average tract within the city in regards to racial makeup. And it's also a very young area. So the trail segment proposed strongly relates to 4 SCORP recommendations. Sustaining and growing the legacy of parks, trails, and conservation lands, mentions East Trail specifically. Also, this project meets 3 recommendations related to improving equity of parks, trails, and conservation lands. So generally, the SCORP survey finds that trails are very popular, and this is no different in Bellevue. So results from a survey question on use as part of our recently adopted Parks and Open Space System Plan outreach is shown here. And we see trails rank very highly. And there are really very similar results when looking at frequency of use. So this project relates directly to demand as it completes a critical gap in the Mercer Slough Nature Park and unites miles of popular multi-use trails. And there are many local and state planning documents that this project advances, including the City Comprehensive Plan, the aforementioned Open Space System Plan, and the East Trail Master Plan, amongst many others. Moving to linkages, this project is really all about linkages. And here we see some bikers on the Mountains to Sound Trail going over Mercer Slough kayakers. And this graphic depicts the physical linkages that the proposed segment advances, including filling a gap in the internal Mercer Slough Nature Park trail system, completing a section of the Lake to Lake Greenway and Lake Washington Loop Trail, creating a critical link between the existing Mountains to Sound Trail and the East Trail, currently in development in the near vicinity. So together, these linkages solve the 60-foot grade, vertical grade challenge between the two trails. Digging into the trails a bit further, the Mercer Slough Park contains nearly 9 miles of trails. It's one of the most popular parks in the city and includes both land and water trails. It also features the Mercer Slough Environmental Ed Center, which receives thousands of visitors from schools across the region. So the trail segment would fill a gap in the park system, as well as further connect the park within the regional trail system and other transport options, including a light rail station coming on the west side of the park in 2024. So one regional trail that the segment will connect is the Mountains to Sound Greenway and its east-west orientation. So the Mountains to Sound is popular for recreation and commuting and was recently expanded towards Factoria and Eastgate. Further extensions are planned in the future, and it's a popular trail with heavy daily use, which has been increasing in recent years. And perpendicular to Mountains to Sound is the East Trail, which is currently in development by King County Parks and other stakeholders. So East Trail is expected to be fully open from the Wilburton Station to the I-90 Steel Bridge crossing by 2026. So it is critical this connection is complete and ready for travel between East Trail and Mountains to Sound at that point, as usage in the area is expected to increase. Use of open East Trail segments currently continues to be high. At the community scale, Mercer Slough Nature Park is one of the most popular recreation outlets for the residents in Bellevue and other cities. The East Trail is and will be an important connector between the park and other cities. Connecting local and regional trails creates additional linkages to the south and east, including South Bellevue, Victoria, Renton, and beyond. So this linkage between Mountains to Sound and East Trail reduces barriers for residents and employees to use transportation alternatives to access many of the jobs and recreation opportunities in Bellevue and the east side. And this proposed trail connection will provide direct and safe access to Mercer Slough and to the regional system for many neighborhoods and communities that would not otherwise have that safe access. Now I'll go through some details of project design. Existing conditions are mixed in this vicinity currently. South of the project area is a protected separated trail connecting to Mountains to Sound. North of the project area is a protected separated trail frequented by pedestrians entering Mercer Slough Nature Park. In the middle is a gap, and that is unprotected from 118th Avenue. It's narrow and it's uneven. So this is what we intend to solve with installation of a trail connector. So this photo looks north from the project area. The proposed trail is on the left or west side of 118th and will connect with Mercer Slough Nature Park near the utility pole, which is the northern extent of the project area. A future safe crosswalk will be installed with additional city funds to connect to Southeast 32nd, which links to East Trail just a short ways out or to the right of this image. And looking south is the proposed trail connector on the right, where it will link to the Mountains to Sound Trail in the middle of near the middle of the image. So the shoulder really narrows here. Also, the project area extends to, but not under the bridge, and the connection under the I-90 bridge will be improved with separate funds. Here's a cross section of the design. In the area in blue is the project area. And the connection will include a 10-foot trail that is flat and separated from 1/18 by a 5-foot planted buffer. Additionally, the park edge on the right will be improved. This request overall does not include the adjacent road surface and bike lane, which will be improved through other city funds concurrently with this construction. In the end, all uses will be accommodated. So faster bikers may choose to use the bike lane, while other bikers will choose to share the trail with walkers and rollers, for instance. Switching to a plan view of the project, you'll see the proposed trail connection on the west side of 118th Avenue. The project has been designated to meet all applicable design guidelines. And you also see the Southeast 32nd Street connection to East Trail. The initial construction estimate is $2.07 million. And we are requesting just under 50% of the project cost from WWRP, or $997,400. So design is occurring in-house, and estimates reflect our experience constructing on similar conditions. So all elements of the trail design are what is required to have a durable facility that will stand the test of time. So the city is working hard to diversify transportation options, and we're looking at a variety of sustainability, environmental stewardship options throughout our system. And one of those is bike and pedestrian access, as well as light rail, which will be coming into the city soon. And looking at the before and after images of the project site, you see the improved park edge in removing invasive species and replanting with native understory species on the right. And with this trail project, the planting between the street and trail will filter and treat some stormwater. Design will maximize capture and treatment of runoff as much as feasible. And currently it's really just an open road edge leading to the wetlands. So we'll have a great improvement here. And finally, the mission of the Mercer Slough Nature Park is to show by example the benefits and necessity of sustainable ecosystem and environmental stewardship. So it's a common theme of all programming and signage and other aspects of the park experience. Now for some water views and notes on access. So here are a few shots of Mercer Slough from the project site. This is really a nice location to view the wetlands as you bike or walk along, and the separated trail will allow a safe space for users to do so. And there are various points of access to waterways in the vicinity, and all of these locations shown will now be more accessible by walking or biking from Mercer Slough and surrounding neighborhoods because of this trail connection. As mentioned, there are some great views associated with this future segment. Here we see a wider view of the wetlands, Mercer Slough wetlands, adjacent to the trail connection. And despite its proximity to freeways and development, Mercer Slough serves as an impressive escape. So this trail project helps complete the gap in park system trails, connecting to natural surface trails like those seen here. And the project connects two mountains to Sound, which is a scenic amenity in its own right. with access to Mercer Slough and views of the Cascades, as well as downtown Bellevue. So our approach to wildlife habitat is to avoid impact whenever possible. In this project, the wetland buffer edge will be improved and overall wildlife habitat will be enhanced. And the current vegetative state is shown on the left. The area immediately adjacent to the trail will be replanted on the right with native wetland species. And we always try to use volunteers when we can. And overall, this will benefit wetland wildlife. There is broad support, community support for the project and grant application. So when Bellevue residents were recently asked about development priorities, trails were a resounding top choice. And for this project, we received support from King County Parks, Mountains to Sound Greenway Trust, East Trail Partners, and the Cascade Bicycle Club. Another show of support is the current voter approved King County levy, which was renewed, and funds are included for East Trail construction. Other sources for the nearby East Trail include private donations and recently approved funds from the Move Ahead Washington state legislative package, which contains $29 million for East Trail, much of it for the steel bridge crossing of I-90 near this site. And the high level of support helps produce cost efficiencies for this project. So there are many supporting projects. I mentioned the King County Parks Levy. Mountains to Sound is now extended to 142nd Place, and that was funded by City of Bellevue and other sources. There will also be street resurfacing and improvements coordinated with this trail project to save funds on site prep. So takeaway is funding for this project will really enhance all of these other investments. And finally, I'd like to mention the relationship with East Trail Partners, particularly important as they help find private dollars and other sources of funding to ensure full vision of East Trail happens in the future, including help with this application. And that's what I have for you today. So thanks again for allowing us to present and for your consideration of this grant application. Hope to partner with you on this project moving forward.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Ryan. I'm going to grab the controls back from you now.
Sounds good.
Okay. Great. Now is an opportunity for the evaluation committee to ask any questions or make any comments to Ryan or Cameron. And Ryan, you're right on time. It was great.
Excellent.
Yeah, yes.
Good to hear.
Yeah.
Andy, fit in.
Yeah. Andy, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, I struggle with the cost on this segment, both in the site prep category and in the trail development category. In the trail development category, can you break out the cost of the retaining wall out of that trail development? Is that why the development cost is up there? And what is it about the general site prep that's running the cost up here? I'm struggling to figure this out.
Sure. No, that's a great question. I think on the retaining wall, we looked at a variety of options there, including blocks or including not having it. Really, we do need it. And the takeaway is, cheaper options just would not be as durable in the long run and wouldn't match our standard for what we're looking at in the system. And this would be a pretty high use segment. It would connect to very high use trails. And we really, need that separation from the traffic lane that's moving at 35 plus miles per hour. So the combination of needing a barrier there and that being the ideal solution is part of it, certainly. And the other solutions, when we dug into it, they wouldn't have significantly changed the cost, it didn't seem. In terms of the overall cost and site prep, a lot of that just comes from what we're seeing these days with costs going up and our experience with similar types of projects within the city. So, you know, there's nothing, I would say there's nothing gold plated on this. It's really designed to meet, you know, our system standards, to be durable, you know, and it'll be very high quality, but nothing above and beyond what would be necessary on the site. So, and our transportation team took a good look at that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Any other questions or comments for Ryan? Looks like you might have done a good job answering all the questions there, Ryan.
Always glad to do so.
Great. I'll give the group just a little bit more time and then we can move forward. Okay, well, I think we're good to go. Ryan, thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Cameron, for your presentation, and I'll talk to you all later. Committee members.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, thank you, Cameron, too. Committee members, if you could finish up your scoring on this project, we'll start transitioning over to the city of Redmond. How you doing there, Jeff?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good. So you're going to be in control of the presentation today?
Yes.
Okay, great, great. So what I will do, just making sure that the committee members have enough time to score the last project, but we'll slowly get over there. I'll be giving you control shortly, okay?
Sounds good.
Okay. Jeff, see if you can grab controls now. Click your mouse on it.
Let's see.
There you go.
That was gone.
You got it now.
I can't see the arrows though. Are they?
I see it.
Let me move you to my bigger screen. Might be more visible. 1 second.
Oh, you're gonna have to. We got out of your PowerPoint real quick. Why don't we? Here, just hold tight. Don't move your mouse, and I'll take the remote away from you and then give it back to you. Okay.
Sounds good. My hands are off the mouse.
Okay, great. Okay, and you can use your forward arrows once you get control too.
Let's see.
But you'll want to click with your mouse.
I'm not seeing the.
Okay, there you are.
Oh, there it is.
Now you can actually use your arrows if you're having a hard time. Don't go backwards anymore. Okay.
Okay.
You can just use your arrows to go.
Okay, I see on some of these it doesn't resolve as well, but I think we got it. I'll try to keep us moving. Let me go back to the start and.
Okay. And then you could use arrows on your keyboard too, if you can't see there. So, so you ready, Jeff?
Yeah, think so. Find these
Yes.
arrows, I'll get us going.
Okay, and so you have 15 minutes for your presentation, and then we'll have 10 minutes of question and answer afterwards. And you can
Great.
start anytime now.
Thanks, Jesse. Good afternoon. It's Jeff Aiken, and I am the Park Planning Manager of Redmond Parks and Recreation. And the City of Redmond's proposed project is the third and final phase of the Redmond Central Connector, which is a 1.6 mile section. And want to thank RCO that assisted with the funding in phase 2 of the Redmond Central Connector, which we completed in the fall of 2017 and is highlighted in this photo on your screen. And so in terms of regional location, Redmond is in King County, about 20 miles east of downtown Seattle and at the north end of Lake Sammamish. We share a border with Kirkland, Bellevue, Sammamish, and unincorporated King County. And on your map there, you can see the circle, kind of Redmond City Center downtown. And then out in the Sammamish Valley neighborhood, that star represents where this current project is. And we are a growing community. Our current population is 73,000 residents and about 100,000 employees over our 17 square miles. And we expect to add about 25,000 more housing units and 30,000 more jobs by 2050, as identified in our Redmond 2050 comprehensive plan. Oops, see if I got my, oh, there we go. Remember the pause. And so in terms of site location, as I mentioned, this is within the Sammamish Valley, and it's represented, the RCC3 section is represented by that dark blue line, and it extends from 99th and Willows Road up to northeast 124th, where it connects to the East Trail, which you heard about in Brian's previous project in Bellevue. And the East Trail here runs kind of two different directions. You can see on the map, it runs north towards Woodinville, and then it also runs west towards Totem Lake Regional Growth Center and the Cross Kirkland corridor. And on the west side of Willows, there's a flourishing business district and many large tech employers on that side, including Meta and Connect with Google up in Kirkland. And so this final connection will link these regional trails together. It will also connect to Sound Transit Eastlink with the downtown Redmond light rail station, connect two regional growth centers with downtown Redmond and Totem Lake, and then of course improve safety and access for walkers and bikers and other rollers. And so project need. Once again, just to orient yourself, the project is highlighted in the red oval. And the trail was proposed the last time in our 2017 park plan, which was Park Arts, Recreation, Culture, and Conservation, and has also been adopted in the city comprehensive plan. And this map shows trail level of service, which we have a goal of 100% of the population within a quarter mile of their home or workplace has access to a trail. And so we are currently at 34% of the goal. And as you can see in the white, there's not really access in this neighborhood. So this trail will fill a significant gap for employees and students and surrounding cities in this neighborhood. So continuing on project need, we are currently updating our park plan, the 2022 version for RCO in the city. And we had over 1,200 responses to a questionnaire this spring of 2022. And the top rated items were trails, kind of an overwhelming love for the existing trails we have within the city, and almost an equal desire for more trails and connecting those trails to create more destinations and also loops within the city. And so completing RCC3 will help meet this community demand for trails. So as you see there, about 97% said trails were the top reason they visited Redmond's parks, and 91% were supportive of additional trails. And those were, like I said, the two top responses in terms of percentage wise. And that survey, as I mentioned, was over 1,200 members of the community, and it was also conducted in 4 different languages. So we're trying to get a really broad representative of the community presentation. Let's see, there we go. Additionally, on project need, the regional trail network is very heavily used in Redmond, and we have gotten complaints and had some safety issues. About 15% of our trail users have experienced real or perceived conflict, such as cyclists passing too close or at a higher speed than is comfortable, dogs on leashes, kind of interfering with passersby and walkers, people not listening for verbal or auditory cues and such. And most of those pertain to the Sammamish River Trail, which is highly used through downtown Redmond, and the RCC3 will provide a kind of parallel option, alternative route. It will provide a safe, comfortable, all ages and abilities route along Willows. And Willows also includes many major employers, including Digipen, Institute of Technology, Meta, Aerojet Rocketdyne, Black Raven Brewing, and more. And as you see in the slide, about 25,000 cars on Willows a day, and it does have a bike lane, but not safe and comfortable for all ages and abilities who want to ride and connect with other trails. And we expect, with the connections to downtown, light rail in Redmond, transit in Totem Lake, and the Cross Kirkland corridor and the East Trail connections, 200 to 250,000 annual users. Oops. Sorry about that. And so number 2, looking at linkages between trails. This will be a missing link of the overall 42-mile East Trail. And the East Trail Regional Advisory Council vision was really to reach across county lines into Snohomish County and really connect communities via that former East Side Rail Corridor, now East Trail. Also, we'll connect into the Puget Sound Energy Redmond Trail, which is just to the south and east of the red oval. It's about 1.5 miles south down the RCC to connect with the 520 Trail, which takes you over through Bellevue, crosses the East Trail once again, and then across the lake into Seattle. There's also the Bear Creek Trail in the southern part of Redmond. And RCC will connect through the Sound Transit Project in the Marymore Village neighborhood under 520, which will create a connection with the East Lake Sammamish Trail. So enabling one to ride all the way from this connection down into Issaquah. And then also connect with the trails in Marymore Park and the Sammamish River Trail and the Marymore Connector Trail there. So many connections that this trail will enable and really kind of create a resilient network of trails. Also creating linkages between communities. You can see all of the communities along the East Trail: Renton, Bellevue, Kirkland, Woodinville, and Redmond. As I mentioned earlier, designated regional centers. Also transit centers with the Totem Lake Transit Center and light rail in downtown. And then the Willows Business District and many of the employers along there. So it will be a great last mile connection to that, and also connects to our Saturday Farmers Market, so enabling access to food as well. On this map, you see some of the numbers represented on those flags are different completion dates for the East Trail. So project's really picking up speed. So moving on to project design, this first slide, I wanted to give a little context around the project that will help with the design and partnerships and cost efficiencies. But as you are probably aware, it is a Rails to Trails project along the former Burlington Northern Santa Fe line. And the city purchased the corridor and envisioned it for both transit, trails, and also utilities, part of that same East Trail vision. And so as part of that effort in the third phase of the Redmond Central Connector. Puget Sound Energy is in a partnership with the city to build the Sammamish-Juanita 115 kV transmission line. And they will build a maintenance access road that's 17 feet wide along the former rail bed. And that will provide the base for the city's trail project to come in when they are done. And their planned construction is 2023. And then we will build the regional trail atop this access road and make the improvements for safety and comfort and clarity at the intersections, along with planting and landscaping. And so the project will meet regional trail standards, King County Regional Trail Design on that, and will be open to all users. And so it will have an asphalt surface that is 12 feet wide, 2-foot gravel shoulders, and then a 5-foot horizontal clear zone and a 12-foot vertical clear zone. And then wayfinding, signage, design cues, ADA, meeting all those design guidelines, and AASHTO and WSDOT design guidelines to make sure it's a really safe, comfortable experience on that the future trail. Oops, sorry about that. And we'll, of course, include intersection upgrades, safety crossings, and try to control the speed, as you see in this image, through design. So how we curve up to either existing crosswalks or signalized intersections, and making those ADA improvements and crossing improvements, really looking at controlling user conflict through design. And then in a couple places where it does come close to Willows, we are looking in the initial design at creating barriers, whether those are physical or moving the trail further away, or landscaping or berming, have yet to be determined, but acknowledging that can affect the comfort as you get closer to the road. And so looking at ways to separate that aspect of the trail. And continuing on project design, you see a few examples in the inset picture. This is looking around 99th, where the trail starts, and you can see some of the south end of the project there. And then the inset picture is looking at making crossing improvements and trying to use the crosswalks at those intersections and signalized intersections at 4 connections there. And then that upper picture, also stressing connections to transit stops along Willows, so you can easily use the trail and access transit as well if you're walking or biking. And then this segment here is along Willows Golf Course. It does run relatively straight, unobstructed sight lines. And also in this frontage, I'll touch on it later in section 8, but great views of Mount Rainier through here. And you also see like the raised crosswalk, looking at alternatives for crosswalk design with the golf course patrons and how we can enhance those connections and safety for trail users. So I better speed up here. It looks like on time. So 7.6 million is the estimated cost. We have gotten 700,000 from Department of Commerce, and also 2.13 million from FHWA, and are applying for 1 million from RCO Trails. In terms of sustainability, looking to infiltrate stormwater as we have done on RCC 1 and 2, and then have low maintenance, non-irrigated native landscaping. It also increases the opportunities for safe walking and biking in terms of making it more sustainable. And as mentioned, both transit connection to light rail and furthermore, transit connections to those bus stops. In terms of scenic values, as I highlighted, you can see Mount Rainier and Tiger Mountain from near the Willows Golf Course, and it also connects down to RCC 2, where you have overlooks on the bridge for the Sammamish River over the Sammamish River right before it connects with the Sammamish River Trail. So it's really a beautiful stretch of kind of rural farmland type there. Then also as part of the PSE project, there will be 5 culverts being replaced, and so fish barrier removals, and three of those will be fish passageable. And then also looking at additional tree canopy throughout this section as well. And that will be located west of the trail to not interfere with the power lines. And we have over 300 people participating in the master planning for RCC. And then have also had 1,200 people, as I mentioned, in the park plan. And it's been the community's top trail project as we have looked forward. We have also, I know Ryan mentioned this, but partnered with East Trail Partners, are part of the larger East Trail, partnered with Move Redmond on this, and of course, Puget Sound Energy as a really foundational partner with that Sammamish-Juanita transmission line. And that is a big cost efficiency as well, with them doing the clearing and grading, culvert replacements, and the maintenance access road, which includes walls and wetland improvements, and safety fencing. So that's a really strong partnership that creates some government efficiencies. I think that is it. I know I'm close on time, and Director Hamilton is obviously not presenting today, but with that, I will turn it back to you, Jesse, and questions.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jeff. I'm going to take the controls back from me, so just don't touch your mouse right now. Yeah, and Jeff, you were on time, so you did a great job. So committee members, this is an opportunity for you to ask Jeff questions or get clarifying information or comments. So please feel free to raise your hand and I will call on you. Go ahead, Andy.
The 115 kV line, how high overhead is it above the trail?
I don't have the exact height of the poles, but they are quite high, and they are out of the view corridor. They're single poles. They're not the older H-type poles, but they are well out of the trail corridor and the view experience when we did the modeling and work with PSE.
How far are those poles located away from the edge of the pavement?
They are about 10 to 12 feet away from the pavement. There's that 2-foot shoulder and the clear zone, and then they're located outside of that.
I guess one of the things that is a concern to me is that often those power lines tend to sing quite a bit, and being right underneath them can be a little bit off-putting at times. So as I see your plans, basically you're under the power lines, yeah?
Just to the west there. They will use it to access the poles, but the lines will be offset to the east.
Okay, so they'll be offset to the east.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andy, for your question. Betsy, go ahead.
Hi, Jeff. Thanks for your presentation. Nice to see this project up again. Just had a couple of questions. One, was interested in your comment about the sections of the trail that are pretty close to Willows Road. That was one of the questions that I was going to have. And about how much proportionally of the trail do you think is a concern in terms of separation from the roadway?
A very small portion. I would say it's about 50 to 60 yards along one section, just kind of north of Overlake Christian, where it gets about 20 feet from the road. And I think the grades are about the same, so I think it feels more close than it does. But we've looked at that with OTAC, who is our design consultant, and they'll be proposing some different, and also Berger, who's on the project, different design solutions that we may want to consider through that area to both make sure it's safe and also make sure that feeling of comfort and separation exists.
Great. I appreciate that, just knowing that it's not, an extremely long condition, and it sounds like you're working to address that. And then my other question had to do with the water access criterion. And I think if I didn't miss something, you wept from sustainability to scenic values, but you did mention a couple of potential locations that are connected to water that the trail connects to. I wonder if you want to elaborate on that at all anymore for us, since it's one of the criterion that we have the opportunity to score.
Yeah, thanks for that. The most visible one is it will enhance that connection south to RCC2, where there is overlooks of the Sammamish River, and you get a great spot to see migrating salmon and trout within that stream. And then there will be there's some smaller creeks that come off the hillside to the west of the trail and are culverted under willows and continue on east to the Sammamish River. And those improved culverts will, not the same as the river water access, but will create a much nicer experience, both for the sustainability aspect and wildlife aspect, but also kind of just a spot to stop and take a look.
Thanks for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Betsy.
Thanks for your question, Betsy. Alma, you're up.
I've actually not been in Washington a long time, maybe a couple of years, but so I don't know anything about Redmond, but I was wondering about the diversity of the socioeconomic groups that would be utilizing this trail.
It will be, that's a great question. We are a very diverse community, but not as diverse in terms of economic diversity. But there is a lot of diversity of people there. I think it will be a great connection. There's students that go to DigiPen Institute of Technology, and so that, and about over 50% of those commute either by bike or by transit, and so it will be a great last mile connection for them. There is some senior housing and affordable housing near 90th, and so it will increase that opportunity for residents of those communities to get access, which they currently have to the south into downtown Redmond, but this will open up access towards job centers in Woodinville and job centers in Kirkland and at Totem Lake. And so it will, and then access to transit. So it will provide much better access to transit for communities that need that access.
Right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you, Alma. Any additional questions for Jeff? Okay, well, evaluation committee members, you want to finish up your scoring. We have entered we're coming up to our final break. So Jeff, I want to thank you for taking the time and coming out and presenting your project to us all. Thanks again.
Thank you all. Appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, great. So committee members, we have a break and coming back at 3:05. So just try to get back somewhere close to your computer by around 3 o'clock and we'll get prepped for Pierce County Parks and Rec. Okay, thank you all. Hello, Brianne.
Hello,
Hey, are you the one that will be presenting today?
I am.
Okay, great, great. And you can see my screen just fine?
I sure can.
Okay, great. So in about 4 minutes, we'll get going with you. And I just wanted to give you a heads up and we'll get you the controls and get going.
Awesome. Thanks.
Okay, no problem. Bye. Okay, welcome back, Evaluation Committee members. We're going to start with Pierce County, the Pipeline Trail Phase 1 development with Brianne. So Brianne, I will give you controls shortly.
Okay.
Okay. And tell me, oh, there you go, you got it.
Awesome.
So Brianne, you have, when you're ready, we'll have 15 minutes for your presentation and 10 minutes for question and answer follow-up. Sound good? Okay, go ahead and start whenever you're ready.
Awesome. Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to be here to talk about the Pipeline Trail. My name is Brianne Blackburn. I'm the Senior Trail Planner with Pierce County Parks. Pierce County's Phase 1 of Pipeline Trail, represented here as the yellow segment in the middle of the map, will expand the existing pipeline trail into unincorporated Pierce County and set the stage for future phases to complete the full pipeline trail vision. This development project will include construction of 1.6 miles of paved multimodal trail, building on the City of Tacoma's trail network, and will also include construction of much needed trailhead facilities for both vehicles and trailers. This development will connect directly into the 150-acre Orange Gate Park, which will offer access to soft surface trails, a dog park, and other recreational amenities. For regional context, this project is located in Pierce County, noted in green on the map inset. Pierce County has more than 800,000 residents, making it the second most populous county in Washington. Within Pierce County, this project focuses specifically between Tacoma and South Hill along Tacoma Public Utilities water pipeline corridor. The broader pipeline trail vision shown on this map showcases the power of this connection, along with other existing and planned regional trails, a connection from the heart of Tacoma to the community of South Hill and on to Foothills Trail. As we zoom in, the project will take place within the Summit Waller community, starting in the upper left-hand corner of the map at the intersection of 72nd Street and Waller Road, following TPU's pipeline corridor for about 1 mile southeast through the community and through Orange Gate Park, which is noted in the lower right hand of the screen. As we connect into Orange Gate Park at 84th Street, the trail will leave the utility corridor onto park property, access to a new trailhead and connections to soft surface trails and other park amenities. The trailhead facilities, which are highlighted in the red circle, will be located on the western edge of the property and will provide vehicle and equestrian facilities. Criteria 1, need. As you can see from the background image, the existing pipeline corridor has a long history of unofficial recreational use, serving as one of the only safe off-road places to walk and roll in a community largely lacking sidewalks. This need was recognized in the 90s with the adoption of the pipeline trail concept into the non-motorized transportation plans for both the City of Tacoma and Pierce County, and in both the Mid-County and South Hill community plans. Currently, Pipeline Trail is adopted in the Pierce County Parks, Rec, and Open Space or PROS plan, Regional Trails Plan, and Capital Facility plans. Since the 90s, the need has only gotten stronger. Unincorporated Pierce County is expected to grow by more than 22,000 people between 2019 and 2030, and the Pipeline Trail will serve the community that is anticipated to experience the greatest portion of that growth. The Pipeline Trail is a critical link in the regional trail system. A 2016 report conducted by the Puyallup Watershed Initiative evaluated the benefits of a pipeline trail connection as part of the Tahoma to Tacoma Trail Network, connecting communities from Commencement Bay to Mount Rainier National Park. This study identified over $5 million in potential health, equity, environmental, property value, and transportation benefits. The study looked at census and other data to calculate benefits through things like healthcare savings, fewer miles traveled and reduced congestion, jobs, tourism, and high property value. Residents will benefit from non-motorized connections to regional transit, access to parks and public lands to support healthy, active living. The Pipeline Trail is located in the central region of Pierce County Parks Management System, which is identified as a high priority for trail investment based on demographic data and access to park resources. While this gets a little wordy, the impact is worth it. Pierce County PROS plan identifies the central region as the highest concentration of non-white population, the lowest rate of trail miles, the lowest share of population with access to foot to parks, and the second lowest developed park acres based on population. Demographics specifically from the Summit Waller community within the central region continue to describe an underserved community. This project will directly serve populations that can be characterized by below median household income, above average body mass index, above average rates of disability, and above average mortality rates. Criteria 2, linkage between trails. When fully realized, the Pipeline Trail will deliver over 15 miles of recreational and commuter trail connecting communities, both rural and urban, to employment centers, transit networks, parks, and public lands. The Pipeline Trail will not only be a local trail for over 15,000 households within a half mile, but it will serve as a regional trail and active transportation network spine across Pierce County. Currently, there's a 5.5 mile gap between existing regional trails that this project is a critical first step to closing. To the northwest, represented by the solid red line on this map right here, the city of Tacoma has recently completed over 5 miles of trail from downtown to unincorporated Pierce County. Our project will pick right up with construction of the next section in yellow, connecting the trail out to Orange Gate Park, while also setting up the remaining 4 miles of development into South Hill, which is represented with this dashed line. In South Hill, the pipeline trail will link into existing Nathan Chapman Memorial Trail, South Hill Community Park, and Heritage Rec Center, a 40-acre public athletic complex. Looking into the future, you can begin to see an interconnected trail network with links to the fully funded and much anticipated Tacoma to Puyallup Trail to the north, and to the existing Foothills Trail, another 21 miles of existing regional trail. The connection from Pipeline to Foothills will be a primary focus in the next 10 years for our team, with some key property acquisitions already in place. As a step toward that broader vision, phase 1 of Pierce County's Pipeline Trail will substantially expand and connect recreational access from downtown Tacoma area to rural Pierce County, offering diverse trail experiences from the paved multimodal Pipeline Trail to over 9 miles of soft surface hiking and equestrian trails of Orange Gate Park. This trail project will be developed in tandem with the implementation of Orange Gate Park's master plan, a separate Pierce County Parks project shown here in the concept. With the Pipeline Trail in orange bisecting the property from east to west, currently an undeveloped property, Orange Gate Park is planned for construction in 2024 and will fulfill a long-standing community vision for park space, including university-inclusive nature play area, picnic shelters, enclosed dog park, soft surface trails, all directly connected to the Pipeline Trail. Criteria 3, linkage between communities. This project brings together rural and urban centers, connecting where people live and where people work. A 3 to 5 mile walk or ride will put residents of the rural Summit Waller community at the Tacoma Dome with access to downtown transit and employment opportunities. At the same time, providing City of Tacoma residents a route to access over 150 acres of forested upland at Orange Gate Park. Criteria 5, project design. As we get into the design of the trail, I want to talk about accessibility. This image represents the existing conditions throughout most of the project area. This project will transform this informal facility into a fully ADA accessible trail for 88% of its length and for all trailhead amenities, including circulation paths and restrooms. In many places, our team found opportunities to reduce grades within ADA guidelines, and where slopes do exceed 5%, we've implemented an accessibility plan to meet the Architectural Barriers Act, or ABA, which was developed to address natural areas and sites like this where ADA guidelines are difficult to apply. In our planning process, our team worked with RCO staff, including the ADA compliance specialist, to identify ways to develop this plan with benches at steep sections of the trail, implementing new signage along the trail and at trailheads so users are aware of the conditions and can make decisions based on their comfort and ability. As you see here in this image, the utility corridor is currently cleared with a gravel service road. Our design for the trail is a 12-foot wide asphalt path with 5-foot equestrian trail to run adjacent, leaving the remainder of the 100 feet as soft surface or gravel corridor as a buffer around the trail. Throughout most of this project area, the trail will be separated and run parallel to the service road. Within Orange Gate Park, the trail will move away from the utility corridor and will link into trailhead facilities, offering opportunities for equestrians to get space from regional trail users and to take advantage of the soft surface trails. The trailhead is designed to accommodate 40 parking stalls plus additional space for equestrian trailer parking. Orange Gate Park has a long history of equestrian use, and you'll see that reflected in our design. The soft surface trails you see here are largely existing, used by the equestrians, and we're working to preserve that infrastructure and tie those into trailer parking. Other trailhead amenities include bathrooms, circulation paths, signage, benches, and picnic tables. The main parking lot, which is down here, is designed to be expanded in future years as needed to accommodate growing use. We will be installing trail counters to identify types of use and to inform our maintenance and development of that flexible space. The trail will cross 5 private residential driveways. These will be concrete tabled crossings with textured warning bands as the trail approaches the crossing. Signs will be installed warning trail users of crossings and alerting drivers to yield to trail traffic. These intentional design choices will allow us to limit the use of bollards at driveway crossings to improve safety and accessibility to users, following AASHTO and WSDOT recommendations. The trail will also include 3 mid-block road crossings at 80th Street, Vickery Avenue, and 84th Street, which will include rapid rectangular flashing beacons or RRFBs at each crossing. Criteria 6, sustainability. Sustainability 2030 is Pierce County's adopted plan, identifies access to transportation as one of the key objectives to reducing greenhouse gas emissions within transportation. The pipeline trail will support this by increasing access to transit and active transportation options, which is supported by the 2016 Tahoma to Tacoma study, showing substantial reductions in vehicle miles traveled and CO2 emissions diverted, in addition to other cost benefits to individuals and residents. This project is planned for an area that has been managed for utility maintenance for over 100 years, minimizing the need to clear more land. Within Orange Gate Park, our trail design will use clear span bridge to minimize impact to existing wetlands. The design will also address existing flooding and draining issues through grading and will focus on recycled, durable materials to reduce future maintenance costs. The pipeline trail will support social sustainability by providing a broad range of users with options for physical activity. This trail will make it easier to use active transportation to access recreational opportunities like Orange Gate Park and other local destinations, as well as regional connections from rural Pierce County to downtown Tacoma's economic and transportation centers. Criteria 7, water access. This phase of development will open access for Summit Waller residents to walk, bike, or roll northwest on the pipeline trail to Metro Park Tacoma's Swan Creek Park, which features a salmon-bearing stream and other park amenities. The trail within Orange Gate Park will offer views of the East Fork of Clear Creek and access to pristine forest trails winding around wetland habitats. Criteria 8, scenic values. Heading south on the corridor, the scenic view is undeniable, with Mount Rainier in the view over rolling hills winding through residential neighborhoods, farms, equestrian facilities, and into Orange Gate Park's vast acreage of forests and trails. Criteria 9, enhancement of wildlife habitat. At Orange Gate Park, the trail will cross Clear Creek with a clear span bridge to minimize the footprint and impact to critical wildlife habitat. The trail and trailhead footprint are contained directly adjacent to existing roadways and other utility corridors, intentionally preserving as much of the pristine forest habitat as possible, while providing users access to the diverse forest edge habitat. Criteria 10, project support. Project outreach began in 2019 with targeted landowner meetings to discuss residential access and gain input on concepts. This was followed with a series of community-wide open houses with over 7,000 invitations, a survey, online presence, and presentation to local groups. As a result, the pipeline trail has garnered substantial community support from cycling and mountain bike groups, trail advocates, school districts, local community associations, and city and utility partners. Parks recently partnered with Forever Green Trails, the Summit Waller Community Association, and the Foothills Coalition to host a community fund drive. In just over a month, we surpassed our fundraising goal, bringing in over $7,000 in cash donations to support the pipeline trail development. The Names Foundation also awarded $20,000 match for the pipeline trail grant request. This community fund drive served as a successful engagement tool, generating excitement and awareness, as well as bringing financial support and cost efficiencies to the pipeline trail project. Criteria 11, cost efficiencies. Additional cost efficiencies are demonstrated by a partnership with Tacoma Public Utilities. TPU has granted a 50-year easement on a portion of the utility corridor for construction and operation of the pipeline trail, and has been a partner in identifying ways to share certain costs associated with the trail, from siting the service road and the trail together where possible, and coordinating on long-term maintenance needs. With that, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present today, and I welcome your questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Brianne. I'm going to take controls back from you. Great. Well, yeah, you were right on time. Way to go, Brant. This is an opportunity for the evaluation committee members to go ahead and ask any questions or to Brianne or have any comments or clarification to help you score better. Andy, go ahead.
Nice presentation. Thank you very much. And I'm very supportive of your activities, your trail activity. Looking ahead, this is not directly related to this project, but looking ahead from Orange Gate to Cushman Trail, how much of that is on the utility corridor? How much right of way do you control to complete that next phase?
To continue the pipeline trail beyond Orange Gate, we have our easement with TPU continues all the way to South Hill. So for the full 5 mile length of this portion of pipeline, the access is secured.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about your next phase, your next phase going
Down to Foothills?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that will be, that's the focus of our trail prioritization over the next 10 years. We do have property right along the edge of the slope down towards the valley, towards Foothills, which we're looking at utilizing to get down the hill, which is our significant challenge, getting down there. And then the rest of our connections from South Hill Community Park are likely going to be a combination of partnership with our public works department and trying to find road right of way opportunities. And that acquisition will need to continue over the next 10 years.
So you're out of pipeline right away, huh?
Yeah. Once we get to South Hill, we might look to partnering with TPU to extend some of that, but we want to make some other community connections south of that location. So it'll likely, there might be more conversations with TPU, but we also want to connect into some of the community destinations south of that. So it'll probably be a combination of both.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Andy, for your question. Lori, go ahead.
Really nice presentation. Thank you, Brianne. I have a question about, was this funded before an RCO in the previous grant round?
It was not. We applied in 2020 for this, a very similar project here, phase 1 development. We continued,
Okay.
We were not successful in getting funding, but we continued the design and have reapplied this round.
Okay, thank you.
If there's any more questions for Brianne, feel free to ask them. I'll wait for just a little bit more. While we're waiting, the evaluation committee, make sure you're finishing up your scoring. Does not look like we're getting any more questions, Brianne. So I just want to thank you very much for your time coming on out and presenting your project to the evaluation committee.
All right. Thanks,
Okay.
Jesse.
Yeah, no problem. So now, next on the list is the city of Yelm with Cody and Larry. Hi to both of you. Hi, Cody. Hi, Larry. Just wanting to know who is going to be having the controls during the presentation. Okay, Larry will. Okay, great. Thank you, Larry. I will be passing those controls over to you shortly. Okay, let's see. Yeah, looks like you got it. Okay, so just to reiterate again, you have 15 minutes for your presentation, and then we'll have a 10-minute Q&A afterwards. So feel free to start whenever you guys are ready.
Just make sure my phones are on mute. 1 second.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I am ready if you are, Larry. Okay. And we'll start. Good afternoon. I am Cody Colt, the Public Services Director for the City of Yelm. With me is Larry Levine from the Park Foundation of Thurston County. We'll be presenting today about the Yelm Prairie Line Trail Phase 2B. The $1.28 million grant request focuses on trail conversion of a railroad bridge that crosses the Nisqually River. This project will connect Thurston and Pierce County's trail systems and create a spectacular destination, and we will be the highlight of this trail. It will create a new route across the Nisqually for people who walk, bike, roll, or ride, one that is safe and inviting for people of all ages and abilities. First, let's orient you to the project site. The Yelm Prairie Line Trail will connect Yelm and Thurston County with Roy and Pierce County. The trail in this phase specifically spans the beautiful Nisqually River, which is the border between the two counties. The project is important not only for the communities of Yelm and Roy, but for the residents of the larger two county regions as well, as visitors from farther afield. The city of Yelm acquired this section of the railroad from Burlington Northern in 1998 and is working in partnership with Pierce County to complete trail development on it. Here we see Yelm and Thurston County, which is shaded yellow. Roy is near the top of the slide in Pierce County, which is shaded orange. The thicker blue line is the Nisqually River, and the skinny blue line below that represents Centralia Canal, a hydropower facility. State Route 507 connects to Rainier, Tenino, and Lewis County to the south, and Roy, JBLM, Puyallup, and Tacoma to the north. State Route 510 connects Yelm to Nisqually Indian Community, Olympia, Lacey, and Interstate 5. WSDOT is building State Route 510 alternate, a bypass route that will relieve Yelm's business district of congestion. Phase 1 of the trail, the solid aqua line, was constructed several years ago and extends from SR 507 north to Centralia Canal. The next phase was split into two parts because in 2020, RCO grant funding ran out on the project. The dashed green line approach to the bridge currently in development is Phase 2. This application, Phase 2B, focused on the bridge renovation. It is shown with the brown bridge symbol and dashed gold line. Phase 3, the dashed purple line, is slated for development by Pierce County in 2026. Larry will cover the detailed scoring criteria for our project.
Criteria 1, safety. Current conditions for people who walk, bike, roll, or ride between Yelm and Roy are very bad. There is no alternative to Highway 507 to cross the Nisqually River. Traffic volumes are quite high. Shoulders and sidewalks are inconsistent and often strewn with debris. Posted speeds vary between 30 to 50 miles an hour, and we all know what that means. This route has a history of collisions with serious injuries and fatalities not uncommon. 8 collisions have involved cyclists and pedestrians, and 2 of those have resulted in fatalities. At these speeds, survivability plummets for vulnerable roadway users. Even surviving a collision is often a life-changing event with severe health and economic consequences. Annually, 8,000 people who participate in Cascade Bicycle Club's Seattle to Portland ride come through here. During this year's STP ride, a cyclist was hit by a motorist on this stretch of roadway. This section of roadway is not inviting or enjoyable, but then again, there's no alternative route in the area. SR 507 is the only crossing of the Nisqually River for 14 miles. The next closest crossing is the I-5 corridor. The Yelm Prairie Line will solve these problems by providing a safe and inviting alternate route between Yelm and Roy for people who walk, bike, roll, or ride. Here you see demographic information from RCO's grant application data tool illustrating the need in this area. Below median household income and higher than average disabled population. Also, factors like body mass and mortality, both of which are associated with inactivity, are worse than the state average. This project will improve active recreation access and help address such health disparities in the local population. Criteria 2, linkage between trails. This project has important linkages locally and regionally. WSDOT's SR 510 alternate project includes a shared non-motorized path on its south side. The solid lines on the map show where the road and the path currently exist. The dashed lines are planned, with construction slated to start spring 2024 and to be complete in fall of 2026. The roadway will cross over the Yelm Prairie Line Trail and will include connections to it, providing mobility options for residents. Both the Yelm Prairie Line Trail and the Yelm Rainier Tenino Trail, southwest of town, are built on the historic Prairie Line Railroad corridor. Yelm's downtown transportation strategy calls for the two trails to flow seamlessly into one another and highlights it as part of a gateway redevelopment opportunity depicted in the inset graphic. Earlier, we mentioned the Centralia Canal, the skinny blue line in North Yelm. The trail passes over the canal via a short bridge. Adjacent to the canal is a maintenance road depicted in gray on this map. There is an existing informal connection between this maintenance road and the trail. Centralia City Light owns and operates the hydropower canal and has been a stakeholder partner in this project. We are working with them to formalize these connections and provide increased public recreation and mobility options. Thurston County has a network of over 50 miles of connected trails as represented by the solid green lines. Pierce County has fewer miles of developed trail, but they have a robust regional trails plan with good funding mechanisms in place to help close that gap. Pierce County will identify the alignment of the trail north of Roy during the update of their regional trails plan in 2024. Please note that due to constraints around JBLM, that the planned trail along the I-5 corridor does not directly connect both counties' trail networks. The Yelm Prairie Line Trail is therefore the only all-trail connection between the two counties' trail systems. Zooming out farther, we see that the Yelm Prairie Line Trail is a crucial part of a cross-state trail concept. By connecting the Palouse to Cascades Trail and the Willapa Hills Trail, we will create a signature long-distance recreational facility that will attract tourism from across Washington state and beyond, benefiting many rural communities. Getting those wallets on wheels in our smaller communities like Roy, Yelm, Rainier, and Tenino is particularly important for local economies. Awareness, interest, and excitement over this trail route is growing, as reflected by the depicted quotes pulled from our many letters of support. Criteria 3, linkage between communities. Thurston's trail network connects almost all of its population centers. Trails south and east of Tacoma, highlighted blue for visibility, are being built by Pierce County and WashDOT. In linking both counties' trail systems, the Yelm Prairie Line Trail will connect urbanized and rural areas, including McKenna and Roy, which are isolated by Joint Base Lewis McChord. The trail will provide mobility network redundancy both for JBLM, a significant commuter destination for South Thurston communities, and in the event of an emergency, such as the train derailment that closed I-5 in 2017 and overwhelmed SR 507. Additionally, the trail has great potential for safe routes to school benefits. The Yelm School District extends well into Pierce County, and as extractive commercial uses south of Roy redevelop, future students living there will be able to reach schools via the trail along with their North Yelm counterparts. Criteria 4, immediacy of threat. While this is not an acquisition project, there is still an urgency here for this phase of the project to keep on time with both WashDOT's SR 510A project and with Pierce County's development of phase 3 of the trail, both slated for the 2024 to 2026 timeframe. Despite WWRP funding running out on our project in 2020, we are determined to complete this trail and have returned to request RCO's help. Costs for renovating the bridge have increased over this last biennium, and by all accounts will continue to do so in the near term, adding an issue of immediacy for us. Incidentally, this photo was supplied by the director of the Nisqually Land Trust on her recent site visit to their properties adjacent to the bridge. Criteria 5, project design. A structural report by Sargent Engineering ordered by Yelm found that the bridge was sound for trail use. Cost estimates for minor concrete maintenance and conversion of the bridge for trail use are detailed on the next slide. AASHTO standards for trail development will be followed here, which includes a safety railing at 54 inches, since we do expect some equestrian trail users, as we will discuss. We consulted with Washington State Parks on preserving the bridge's excellent scenic views, and they recommended powder-coated welded wire mesh seen in the lower right image of a bridge on the Willapa Hills Trail. That bridge also uses a surface of concrete panels like those specified in Sargent Engineering's report and estimate. Equestrian mounting blocks donated by the Backcountry Horsemen of Washington will be located on either side of the bridge, allowing riders the option to enjoy the view from foot or to walk their mounts across the structure. Horseback riding is a part of the local culture here. Roy is known for its annual rodeo, and there are 2 chapters of the Backcountry Horsemen of Washington in the area. And in the aerial photos, bridle paths connecting the trail corridor to a nearby horse boarding business are visible. There is a strong desire for a trail with dual treads that was established in an online poll with 320 respondents. Trail standards recommend a buffer between equestrians and other users for safety. For clarity, Yelm is making a request of $1,292,000 of grant funding. Yelm's local match is $317,000, a portion of which is donated by several project supporters from the community. We double-checked our cost figures with 3 different sources: Sargent Engineering, Washington State Parks, and Walsh Construction. Criteria 6, sustainability. Renovation and reuse of the bridge preserves a significant structural asset and puts its embedded energy to use, benefiting the public. The project provides direct access to important conservation properties that we will discuss later. Roy is actually closer to transit and shopping in Yelm than in Pierce County. The trail will improve Roy residents' access to these services, helping to reduce car dependency. Roy is a very underserved community, being in the region of the county that has the lowest rate of developed park acres, open space, and trail miles. Roy's historic water tower is practically the town mascot. The abandoned railroad it sits next to is like a scar running through the community. Repurposing this corridor will help reinvigorate both Roy and Yelm by providing human-scale gathering spaces and recreation and mobility resources, spurring reinvestment in their downtowns. This project figures significantly in both Yelm's downtown transportation strategy and Roy's comprehensive plan. The quote from the Nisqually River Council in the lower left sums up the trail's benefits well. Criteria 7, water access reviews. The Nisqually River Water Trail, a project of the Nisqually River Council, passes directly under this phase of the Yelm Prairie Line Trail. There are 2 nearby river access points with boat ramps, upstream at McKenna Park and downstream at Nisqually Park near the Centralia Canal Powerhouse. The Nisqually River Water Trail Concept Plan supports development of the Yelm Prairie Line Trail. It also calls for development of a river access site and/or day use area at the intersection of the trail and the Nisqually River. In the lower left is a view downstream from the bridge, and in the upper right, an upstream view from the bridge. Conversion of the bridge for trail use will provide amazing scenic views of 2 of the most defining natural features of the region, Mount Rainier and the Nisqually River. Just south of this phase, the trail corridor itself is immediately adjacent to the Nisqually River, as pictured in the upper left, as well as Mount Rainier. The Nisqually Land Trust property that also provides broad views of Rainier due to a utility corridor on their property. Several species of prairie wildflowers can be found there too. Thanks again for the Land Trust for these photos. Criteria 9, enhancement of wildlife habitat. The Nisqually Land Trust owns over 297 acres of protected natural habitats adjacent to the river and the corridor. Their strategic plan calls for increased access to these properties for stewardship and education. They are relying on the trail to accomplish that goal and to support wildlife and habitat enhancement projects and provide river access. Their newsletter has covered how the trail and conservation activities can be mutually supportive. Land Trust properties shown are outlined in yellow. Parcels owned by Miles Sand and Gravel and Pierce County Parks, which provide additional opportunities for environmental education, particularly regarding the oxbow wetlands left by the meandering of the Nisqually River, have been added in red and orange, respectively. Criteria 10, project support. The Yelm Prairie Line Trail is included in all relevant adopted plans from local, county, and regional levels of government. The broad coalition of 18 tribal and local governments, public agencies, and nonprofit organizations have endorsed this project. Both counties' legislative bodies have passed resolutions of support for it. For Evergreen Trails, with support from the National Park Service, studied the trail's development, guided by a 15-member stakeholder group, including adjacent business owners. We have also received letters of support from across the region, from local to federal legislators, economic development organizations, public agencies, and nonprofit groups. It's exciting to see this huge groundswell of support for this regional trail connection. Criteria 12, cost efficiencies. The Woodland Trail Greenway Association, the local trail advocacy nonprofit, has pledged $1,000 for this project phase. The Park Foundation of Thurston County, deeply committed to this project, is providing $5,000 of funding as well. Both the Pierce County and Nisqually chapters of the Backcountry Horsemen of Washington are donating mounting blocks for each side of the bridge for equestrian use valued at $2,100. The Park Foundation is also applying to the Burlington Northern Santa Fe Foundation for a private grant funding for this project. Other direct efficiencies include $15,000 of recycling for the salvaged railroad rails, and indirect efficiencies are listed as well. State legislators from the 2nd District, which spans both sides of the Nisqually River, recognize the importance of this project in their letter of support. The grand vision has the potential to create unique recreational draw for Washington, as well as significant tourism benefits for many rural communities in our state. We thank you for your foresight and commitment to constructing the Yelm Prairie Line Trail for the benefit of our citizens. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today about the City of Yelm's application for funding of Yelm Prairie Line Trail Phase 2B. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Larry and Cody. I'm going to grab the remote back from you. Okay, great. So this opportunity for the committee to ask some questions, clarifying questions, or any comments about your project presentation. So committee members, feel free to raise your hand at any point. Okay, Betsy, you were first.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation. There's a fire truck right outside, so I hope it doesn't make a lot of noise for you all. I was curious about the description of the water access opportunity at the intersection of the trail and the river, and was wondering if that was already funded, if that was a separate project, if you could provide a little bit more detail about that. That would be interesting to know.
That's a separate project by virtue of the fact that the City of Yelm owns the railroad corridor, but not the adjacent properties. That's owned by the Land Trust. And the Land Trust is a major partner in the Nisqually River Council. And the council is the entity that has that Nisqually River Water Trail Plan. So I would assume that further development of this trail will help spur interest in them taking their plan down and saying, okay, now we really actually have a way to get to the trail, between the trail and the river, and to kind of reinvigorate that sort of planning work.
Thank you. That's helpful to hear a little bit about, and I'm assuming that nothing in the design would preclude any of those future access opportunities.
Yeah, I assume that it would have to occur in conjunction with Nisqually Land Trust permission and cooperation. I think it's on their properties that you would acquire that access.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Appreciate the extra detail.
Thank you, Betsy. Looks like Andy, you have your hand up.
I do. I don't have a question, but I do have a comment to make. And that is that those of us who have been involved in trail planning and construction know that large rivers can be an absolute backbreaker for your trail, can bring you to the cost to get across wide water is one of the greatest costs we face in looking at trails. And I'm looking at a $1.6 million opportunity to get across a major river. And this is such a bargain. This is such a deal. I commend you on your proposal. I commend you on what you're trying to do. And I hope that others can see that this is just such a buy. You got to grab this sucker while it's out there and not let it get away. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you, Andy. Anybody else have any additional questions or clarifying comments or clarifying questions for Larry or Cody? Okay, I don't see anything popping up. So Larry and Cody, I really appreciate your time, taking the time out of your day to present here to the evaluation committee members. Yeah, thanks again. It's a great project. Evaluation committee members, why don't you finish up your your scoring, and then we are going to, and the evaluators, please don't get off the line. I have a few more things to go over with you, and I need to wrap up the YouTube streaming and the recording. So just like to finalize this by saying this is the end of day 1 of the Trails evaluation meeting. We'll be back again tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. You can join our website for more information, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.